Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Perris Union High School District Special Board Meeting of November 4th, 2020. The board will be respecting recent orders from the Governor of California, the Health Officer of the County of Riverside, and guidelines for the Center of Disease and Control related to maintaining public health and safety at this time. Consistent with these orders and guidelines, this meeting will be held online only, and there will be no physical meeting location open to the public. The board encourages members of the public to join the meeting electronically. In order to submit public comments electronically, please refer to the link at the bottom of the screen. Public comments will be accepted until the board reconvenes the meeting in open session at 5:00 p.m. At this time, I'm going to call the meeting to order at 4:01 p.m. I'm going to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum, and we'll start with Trustee Arau.
Here.
Okay. Trustee Garcia.
Here.
Trustee Freeman.
Here.
Trustee Nelson.
Here.
And myself, Trustee Stafford, here. I have established a quorum. There's no vote required on that. Okay. All items requiring a vote will be an oral vote for this meeting, followed up with an electronic vote. So we'll start with item 3.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees, closed session items only. Are there any public comments on closed session items?
No comments, Mr. Stafford.
No comments. Okay. At this time, I go to item 4.1, which is adjourn to closed session. Do I have a motion to adjourn to closed session?
So move. Second.
Okay, I have the second with David. Who was the
Dr. Rouse.
Dr. Rouse? Okay. Dr. Rouse and David Nelson. We'll do an oral vote. Trustee Rao.
Aye.
Trustee Garcia.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye.
And myself, Trustee Stafford. Aye. On the roll being taken, the vote was 5-0, but we will vote electronically now. We're looking for one vote. Okay. So the vote is 5-0. We are adjourning to closed session at 4:03 p.m. Hello, everyone. We're reconvening. Welcome to the special board meeting of November 4th, 2020. The meeting is reconvening at 5:00 p.m. Can I have everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay. And ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. I don't think we have an invocation at the special meeting, so you can be seated. So we'll go directly to item 6.1, which is revision and adoption ordering of agenda for November 4th, 2020. Do I have a motion? I keep hearing a bell ring. All people joining, I guess. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Trustee Arau, Trustee Garcia. We'll take an oral vote first. Trustee Arau,
Aye.
Trustee Garcia.
Mr. Stafford,
I'm sorry, Mr. Bennett. Grant, did you?
I think I had muted myself on the computer, not on the, sorry about that.
Oh, okay. So we have Trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
and myself, Trustee Stafford. Aye. Okay. On a roll call vote being taken, we'll call the vote after electronic. Go ahead and vote electronically. Which I'm still on the wrong. Hasn't moved up. See if we can't refresh it. Join again. Okay, everybody can vote. And 6.1 passes 5-0. So now we'll start with oral reports. 7.1 is report out of closed session. Mr. Bennett, do we have any report?
No report out of closed session this evening, Mr. Stafford.
Okay. Move now to invitation to address the Board of Trustees on non-agendized items. Are there any public comments on non-agendized items?
No comments this evening, Mr. Stafford.
Okay. And here, I don't have to read that statement. So we'll go to oral reports. Continued 9.1 distance learning update. So Dr. Newman can take it over.
There you go. Well, first off, good afternoon, President Stafford and the board. As we monthly come to you to provide just some updates in regards to how things are going in regards to distance learning. So today, we wanted to come with a request from Dr. Rouse from last month specifically. He was asking about the success rate of students participating in distance learning, meaning what specifically are the grades looking like. And so today, we were going to kind of walk through, actually, Julie Zerold, our Director of Curriculum Instruction, is going to walk through our grades in regards to how kids are faring out there in distance learning. And Emil, if you can go to the next slide very quickly for me. And so as we go through the day, just kind of actually the slide before that one. Actually, before that one, you actually went further the opposite direction. Brief technical difficulties. We'll kind of get it together. We're going to have to do something about our person that's driving the car, though. He's going the wrong direction on the road right now. So in regards to what we're doing, just to be aware, what we do is we look at a success rate. So we've kind of clumped together all the kids that are getting A's, B's, and C's because we want to make sure we share with you the percentage of kids that are getting over the bar. But then also we want to identify the kids that are getting D's and fails because those are the kids that we're most concerned about. So we want to highlight those two specific areas for you as we go through. And then we've also looked, so all we're looking at tonight is just the 4 content areas. So we looked at 4 content areas: math, social science, and then language arts. But then also Julie went in as well, and she broke the data down by subgroups as well. So there's quite a few subgroups that she will walk you through as well, just to give you a snapshot in regards to how students are doing. Toward the end, we'll come back and talk a little bit about some of the strategies that the sites are employing, and then some of our next steps as we move forward to continue to just support the work of distance learning. So with that, we'll have Julie will get started in just a second. Following her presentation, our next presentation, we'll talk a little bit about the specialized cohorts in regards to how we're going to support provide additional supports for students. Okay, and so with that, I'll hand it over to Julie.
All right, next slide, please, Emil. Good evening, everybody. Our first slide, we're going to take a look at what all 4 core content area look like as far as success rate. So you'll see that when we look at all 4 core content areas together, almost 58% of our students are getting A's, B's, and C's. But about 42% of our students are getting D's and F's when we look at all 4 core content areas. Next slide, please. When we're looking at language arts, about 56% of our students are getting A's, B's, and C's, and about 44% of our students are getting D's and F's in English. And this is one of the challenges that we see when we are face-to-face, that students tend to struggle a little bit more in our math and our English classes. And we're seeing a very similar trend to that. Next slide, please. In math, we have about 54% of our students that are getting A's, B's, and C's, but then about 45% of our students getting D's and F's. And math is probably one of the most challenging subject areas that we're seeing right now, with being in distance learning and not having some of those additional supports that they might have when they're with their teacher. And so when we're looking at the grades, this has been a strong focus of ours when we started distance learning last year, as we moved into the summer, and really trying to set up our students and our teachers for success as we transitioned. Next slide, please. So when we look at science, we actually see a little bit higher success rate when we're looking at science and social science. You'll see about 60% of our students are getting A's, B's, and C's in science, with about 39% of our students getting D's and F's in science. And then you'll see, next slide, please. Something very similar when you look at social science, where we have almost 61% of our students getting A's, B's, and C's in social science, but then have 39% of our students getting D's and F's when we look at the social science area. And that would include history, world history, US history, government, econ, and then 7th and 8th grade social science. Next slide, please. Now we're going to take a look at some of our subgroups. And this is where we definitely have concerns with how our students are doing. And these are generally our students that are more at risk, that need more support when we are face-to-face. And so when we're looking at it through the lens of being in distance learning, we see those gaps existing as well. And so as we go through the presentation today, you'll hear about some of the strategies, as well as the cohort presentation a little bit later, that will really focus on addressing our students that have some of those bigger gaps. And so when we look at our English language learners, only about 43% of our students are getting A's, B's, and C's. Then when you look at overall, we have about 56% of our EL students getting D's and F's. Next slide, please. This is our SED group. This is our students that are on free and reduced lunch. We see 54% of our students are getting A's, B's, and C's. And then we're seeing about 45% of our students getting D's and F's that qualify for free and reduced lunch. So another big at-risk group. Next slide, please. When we look at special education, that looks very similar to what our EL subgroup looked like, where we have about 46% of our students getting A's, B's, and C's, but a little bit higher rate at 53% of our students in special education, really struggling and getting D's and F's in those 4 core content areas. Next slide, please. When we look at our African-American students, almost 58% of our students are being successful with A's, B's, and C's. But then when we look at our D's and F's for our African-American population, we see about 42% of our students struggling in those core content areas. Next slide. When we look at our Hispanic subgroup, we have about 55% of our students being successful. And then 44% of our students in that subgroup really struggling with our core content areas. Next slide, please. We're seeing a little bit more success with our white students in distance learning. About 65% of our white students are being successful with A's, B's, and C's. And then about 34% of our students are getting D's and F's. Next slide. So I know that was a lot to digest all at one time, and we looked at a lot of data. And so I want to talk a little bit about some of our just strengths and challenges that we saw within the data. Some of the successes that we saw about 69% of our students have passing grades in science and social science. So a little bit more success taking place in our science classes and our history classes. And we talk a lot about some of those different strategies that teachers are using when we meet with our subject area counseling teams. And they really provide some of the feedback that's working when we talk about specific subjects. And so that's been really beneficial to have those conversations. Our 12th grade students are passing classes at a higher rate than our 9th through 11th grade. And we're also seeing that as far as our middle school and our elementary students, that our older kids are having a little bit easier time with managing it. But definitely our 12th grade students are doing the best overall when we look at that success rate. Like I mentioned in one of the previous slides, 73% of our white students have passing grades in all core subjects. Another interesting data point was that 71.3% of our female students have passing grades, which is quite a bit higher than how our male students are doing right now. And then 40% of our 8th grade students have A's, which was really nice to see that even in middle school, that some of our students were doing quite well when it came to the distance learning process, especially for some of the students that are less mature. But when we look at the challenges, we are seeing students that are failing math and English at a higher rate. This is similar to what trends we see when we are also face-to-face, but seeing those gaps a little bit wider even in distance learning, just because we're not able to have the students in front of us and they're not getting as much of the interventions as we would like to see for them. And so that's really our focus areas, is how to provide interventions and how to get our students access to more and more resources. 9th grade students are failing at a higher rate. So definitely that challenge of being less mature and having to manage that time of being online. And then only 40% of our male students have failing grades. So quite a bit different than when you're looking at the female students. And then 43% of our 7th grade students have failing grades. And then 49% of our EL students have failing grades. And that's a big factor for us to really focus our attention on as we start looking at our different options as far as some of those specialized cohorts are concerned. And then 44% of our...
Hey, Julie, I believe Dr. Friedman may have a question.
Sure. Go ahead, Dr. Freeman.
Unmute.
Okay. When you talk about the challenges of different groups of students having failing grades, we're not meaning that they're all failing grades, are we? I mean, they have one or more failing grades.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that doesn't mean they're failing every one of their classes.
Julie?
Sure.
The numbers, I don't know, they seem very high. Is this in comparison to, say, last year with regular school? What would these numbers look like, or what did they used to look like?
They are slightly higher than what we're used to seeing with face-to-face instruction. But I will be honest, I am surprised that they are better than I would have expected considering the distance learning. When we saw how it kind of looked at the end of last year with that transition, you know, we saw that big gap between students that were really focused versus the students that were, you know, not as engaged. And obviously that has a lot to do with how the setup was with the no harm grading. But I think considering we were coming into this season of distance learning and really having that the grade weight be just like it normally is when we're in front of each other. I would have expected to see actually a bigger gap than we're seeing now. And then when I'm talking to other colleagues in other districts, they're seeing about a 60% DNF rate in some of our surrounding districts. And so it's good to see that we're doing some good work, but obviously we want to see us really have less than 40% of our kids, getting D's and F's in some of those major content areas. And so we really do still have a lot of work that we want to do to help improve that success. But I would have expected actually a larger gap considering what I'm hearing from other districts. Go ahead,
Okay,
Dr.
Dr. Freeman has another question.
Thank you. Now, this is reflecting the first 6-week grading period, correct?
Correct.
And this is actually something that we should expect simply from the fact that people have more experience with it over the course of the year, that these should rise to some degree from what they are now, I would imagine, because just having teachers and students getting used to the distance learning is quite a trauma. And I would imagine that by the third 6-week period anyway, we would expect to see improvements in all of these areas somehow, even if it's just a few percentage points.
Yeah, no, that would be absolutely our hope would be to see that trend trending up. And, that's typically what we see in normal school year is that trend as we kind of get closer to the end of the semester, that we do see grades start to spike back up once students really buckle down and get focused as the end of the semester rolls around. And I would say a lot of the conversations that we're having in our SAC meetings with the different content areas, there's a lot of focused conversations around success and how to improve success when it comes to strategies working with students, as well as grading practices. Grading practices has been one of our major focuses, and really looking at essential standards and how do we look at it through the lens of standards-based grading. And we're seeing some shifts in how teachers are viewing issuing grades and the weight of homework versus standards mastery and how do we measure that. We're having some really great conversations about what that shift looks like, and we are seeing some teachers really adjust their grading system so that it does really focus on standards mastery versus just homework completion and checking boxes. And so that's really good to see, especially right now when our students are trying to manage 6 or 7 different classes from a distance. We typically in college, students are asked to really work with 4 classes, and our students are being asked to work with 7 classes and manage that. And I think our teachers have done a really great job of working with students to kind of create systems that really set them up for success. And that really started with our professional development at the beginning of the year. We really focused on making sure that we set up our students and our teachers for success with those systems that we put in place as we started the school year.
Okay. Dr. Rao has a question.
Thank you, President Stafford. It's just a comment. I want to say thank you to Dr. Newman and Ms. Julie Zero for this presentation and for keeping us informed in terms of the data and how our students are doing. I want to extend the thank you to all the teachers for their commitment and their support to our students. So I'm like I agree with Ms. Zero, right, that despite the challenges that our teachers and our students are facing during the distant learning process, we have this the kind of results. However, I am glad that you, President Stafford, asked a really important question in terms how do these results compare with last year, right? Because when we took the decision as a board to go into distance learning, Dr. Newman and Ms. Cyril, they made a presentation on how we were going to ensure that very similar rigor in the curriculum to face-to-face classes. And one of our promises that we made to our constituents was that we were going to be monitoring the implementation of that plan, right? So we ensure that rigor of the curriculum. So I just want to say thank you for that, and I want to ask a favor because whenever I talk to any of my constituencies, even it can be a neighbor here in my community, or when I answer an email to some of the parents who write to us, I want to be very specific. If at the end of the semester, if we can have a summary by the subjects, and in 1920, at the end of first semester, we have this number of students passing, or this number of Fs, or that's okay. We combine A, B's, and C's. We don't have to be that specific, right? But that way we can say, look, it's very similar to what we were providing before. Because that was our promise and that was our commitment to them when we made the decision to go into distant learning. And even though we know that there are a lot of challenges, it's not the same, right? But we want to be able to evaluate to what degree was that difference. So thank you for doing this presentation. And maybe in January, after we have the semester grades, we can have a better idea and compare that, because we need a point of reference, right?
Yeah.
Because here's the data. We got 69% of our students getting this. Well, we don't know. If last year we have 80%, that means that we went down, right? 20 points. But if 11, we got 69. But if last year was 70, we can say that it was very similar. So thank you again for the presentation.
Dr. Freeman. Thank you.
Thank you,
Dr.
Mr. Stafford. For previous discussions, Dr. Rao has brought up that we have a board policy regarding the grading of the 90% on an A and so forth. I am curious how I know we have to do this according to rubrics with the that are standards based, but within the variables that are chosen, it's when somebody mentioned homework that it came to me. I know that there have been teachers who would count homework as 20% of the grade. Others might say 10% of the grade. That those particular components, those variables that add up to the percentages of students with each grade. I'm wondering how much standardization exists. I would hope that at least within, say, the language departments, that they would use the same type of format, not leaving it up to each teacher to say, well, 10% of my grading has to be homework, 10% participation. I would expect that they would be at least similar, if not the same.
Right.
Because that could make a big difference in the numbers that come out as students passing in one class, depending on if, say you had that smart kid who just doesn't do any homework, but he gets A's on everything, what kind of grade are you going to give him? Well, you'd have to look and see, well, how much of his grade came from homework and so forth. So I'm just curious to see what the standardization would be. I said at least among the departments, if not within the schools and the district itself.
Yeah. Dr. Freeman, you make an excellent point, and that's one of the main focuses that we've had in the last, even before distance learning, we really started talking about standards-based grading so that students saw that same standard of grading from one teacher to the next or one content area to the next. And I will say that, it's not across every content area yet, but we've done a lot of work with our math department and our English teams. And they've worked really hard to start working on that standardized grading system, as well as the focus on mastery of standards versus turning in homework or participation points. It's really focused on the students knowing and understanding the standards. And we've seen the algebra team do a really, really good job of kind of making that shift, which, with math, we really want it to be focused on what they know and understand before they transition to the next subject. Because if they don't understand the standards in algebra, they're going to really struggle in the next subject area. So having a student that does 100% of their homework and does really well, but doesn't do well on tests, it doesn't transfer very well when we're moving them on to the next level. We want to make sure that they understand the content before we move them on. So that conversation of standardizing the grading system and really focusing on what our students know and understand is very, very important.
Okay, I believe we can go to the next slide, Julie.
Okay. And so on this slide, I just want to talk a little bit about some of the strategies that we've been really focused on to support and provide interventions for our students. We've looked at it from two perspectives, definitely the academic interventions, but also the social emotional supports to make sure our students are staying engaged. So this is input from our sites as far as what they're doing at the school sites. We have motivational minute videos that are sent out to students and staff. That's really to continue to provide that connection to school for both our students and for our staff. We're providing the student social emotional lessons, which you remember that Mr. Bruff and Mr. Alzabady have been providing those social emotional lessons to push out to our students, as well as mental health resources. We've made sure that we're getting those resources out to our students and families. A lot of one-on-one phone calls are being made for students missing classes. If they're missing 3 days of school in a week, they're absolutely getting a phone call. Sometimes it's even more frequent than that. Really focused on getting our material and supplies out to students that might not have what they need at home to be successful, and that includes school supplies as well. We have social worker interventions that are providing some outreach to our students that are struggling both with the academic side as well as with attendance. Our counselors are doing a great job of working with their students and reaching out to students that might be struggling with their grades, as well as just really giving students a platform to reach out to their counselors if they're struggling with social emotional issues or things at home. And the sites are doing a really great job of doing student celebrations. So if you're following our sites on social media, you'll see a lot of celebrations about attendance, about grades. We're really focused on making sure that we're continuing those celebrations, even though we're not still at school. We'll have the admin teams are going out there and giving out gift cards and certificates to really celebrate their students, to continue to keep them engaged. As always, October is one of those months that we see that struggle. We're almost 2/3 of the way through the first semester, but the students really need to see that connection, especially when we haven't really been able to have that face-to-face contact with them. And then the extracurricular participation, I think that's really helped some of our students feel more connected back to school, and encouraging them when it comes to kind of what they need to stay engaged and connected with their teachers and their coaches. And then as far as the interventions and the academic focus, we're providing site data every other week to our site admin as well as our counseling teams in regards to student grades. And so we run grade reports that are provided to our sites every other week. And they're using that information to take back to their weekly PLC meetings, as well as their collaboration time. During their leadership team meetings, they're talking about strengths and challenges and next steps as far as what interventions need to be provided based on those strengths and challenges. The parent outreach team has put together a Pele video series, and that's really to help support our parents and to support their students at home. This is a transition not only for our students, but also for our parents. And then we have tutoring available, not just with our school site staff, but also Paper.co is a 24-hour tutor service. And this is so our students can reach out at any point in time if they have questions and need support in any of the content areas. Sites are doing parent-teacher conferences as well as numerous home visits. I know that Mr. Santos at Perris High, Friday afternoon, he made 25 home visits to connect with students that were either not doing well in their classes or were not attending every day, to really reach out and get them reconnected. Some of our school sites have the Think Together program, which is an after-school program, and those programs are also being used to help support our students with any academic needs and supports. And then we also have our Canvas page resources that really helps provide information to students as far as how to access resources. Next slide, please. Dr. Newman's going to talk to us a little bit about what our next steps are.
Yeah. So in regards to our next steps, well, first of all, I appreciate Julie's thoroughness in regards to the data she reported. So hearing Mr. Stafford and President Rao ask for comparison data, you can blame me for that one. I think Julie had a slideshow of about 30 slides, and I wanted to kind of minimize it a little bit because it was so many slides. So next time, Dr. Rouse and Tony, we'll make sure we bring back the comparison data for you as well, okay? And so with that, what we want to continue doing is bi-monthly progress monitoring with the school sites. As Julie said, she's sharing data with the school sites every 2 weeks in regards to giving them specifically their data in terms of the kids that are not being successful. We want to add some meetings in that and really check in with the sites and see how things are going as we get closer to the end of the semester. We also have site action plans for improvements. And so that's where Julie pulled all the information in regards to all the strategies that sites are using. They all have a list of interventions they're currently using. And so we want to make sure we follow up and continue to monitor how their interventions are working. And the last one, we want to continue the data review with just administration and department chairs. We've done a good job in making sure we're getting the message out to department chairs. I know Julie has her monthly meetings where she checks in with the core department chairs, and really she's able to talk to them about their data, how things are going, and kind of ensure they're leading the work at their school site with teachers to continue to do the work to kind of improve outcomes for kids. I think we believe that it's on the front line. Teachers are on the front line, so they're really the ones that really push this work and really make things happen. So we want to include them in the conversations in regards to the interventions that we're providing, okay? And so that includes the kind of our next steps. I think at this time, next slide, Emil, I think we got any additional questions before we go to our next presentation.
Do we have any questions from anyone? And is this still part of 9.1, or are we going to?
It's still the update for distance learning.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Well,
yeah.
I don't see everybody, but I don't see any hands.
Okay.
Keep moving. Yep.
Okay. I think the next part to distance learning is the allowance. Part of the interventions that we can provide is what's called specialized cohort model. And our thought process is to start with more of a pilot program. I know the board has expressed the importance of safety. And so our goal was really to start off small with just a couple of cohorts throughout the district, really to monitor the protocols and safety procedures on campuses to make sure that we can do this correctly. And so today, joining us for this presentation is Emil Al-Zubaidi, our Director of Special Education, and Dr. Cassandra McNair, our Coordinator of Special Education. So they'll be presenting today and kind of walking the board through what we're proposing in regards to the specialized cohort models and how we want to start off small with just several pilot cohorts throughout the district. And then later tonight on action items, you have the action item that is down there for you to actually approve the moving forward with the specialized cohorts in the district. Okay, so but prior to that, we want to provide you some additional information in regards to internally what the practices are going to look like within the specialized cohorts. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Emil and Dr. McNair.
Thank you, Dr. Newman. First, I'd like to thank the board. Mr. Stafford, thank you for this opportunity. Mr. Bennett, thank you so much. This has truly been a project of many, many individuals coming together to put together a really specialized program to support our students. And so I just want to thank our cabinet. I want to thank our teachers. I want to thank Mr. Miller. I want to thank our union representatives as well, and really helping us navigate this process. So we're going to go ahead and get started, and we'll start with, what is a specialized cohort? It is a stable group of no more than 16 individuals totaling in the cohort in a supervised environment, in which supervising adults and students stay together for all activities, and that includes meals, class time, and they avoid contact with people outside of their group in that setting. And we'll talk about some of those exceptions as we go through the process in terms of our special ed students and our related service providers. And I believe I'll let Dr. McNair take on those guiding areas.
So there are some guiding areas that we have discussed that would be vital for not only the success of our students, but in thinking about the safety of our staff as well. And so for staff entering campus, all staff must complete the daily COVID-19 report to work site daily attestation form. It is no change to the form that they currently complete, but it is a form that they would complete prior to reporting physically to their job site. And then all adults must adhere to the district's face covering and social distancing policy at all times. And also PPE such as the personal protective equipment, gloves, face shields, goggles, booties, and or disposable gowns will be provided by site administration upon request, which is also dependent upon the work that the staff would be completing.
So when we look at our students entering campus, we want to be very methodical in making sure that everyone is safe. So parents and students will sign a waiver, and we'll talk about that as we go through the process. That'll come later on towards the presentation. They're going to complete a daily passive self-check prior to sending a student to school. Students that will wear a cloth or disposable face covering at all times when in the presence of others. Now, there is always that exception. So according to the guidelines provided by the County Department of Public Health, or CDPH, students excluded from this requirement are those who have a medical exemption, including those who require respiratory protection or are unable to wear a face covering due to the nature of their disability. And the students will have their temperature checked at the gate prior to entering campus by the cohort teacher. And then we also put a note here for parents and guardians who may not leave students prior to the temperature check clearance. So we want to make sure that the parents are still there when we go through that clearance. Students that are riding the bus, that bus driver will also be doing temperature checks, and we'll be using the same protocol in a sense with those parents before the student can enter the bus at that point.
So when we think about what cleaning and disinfecting looks like between the activities and the cohorts, the staff would use the same solution that our current staff is using to disinfect services, ensuring that the student desks, the shields are all wiped down and clean with the solution and the paper towels. There'll also be spray solution provided to the staff during their work time, during their cohort session, just in case they need to wipe off anything that a student needs to use that another student needs to touch or another staff member needs to touch. So that includes like pencil sharpeners, door handles, door panic bars, or any other equipment. Washing hands throughout the cohort session will be vital to the success, and all the facilities utilized by the cohorts will be clean and disinfected on a daily basis. But again, the staff will be provided with disinfectant during their work hours if they feel the need to sanitize either their work area or any area that is used by multiple people during their shift. And again, just as we reviewed at the very beginning, that staff will be provided with equipment to unit members upon request, such as the reusable face shields, disposable gowns, goggles, gloves, and disinfectant spray, and or wipes with booties, and which are the shoe covers.
So we take a look at our school site learning hubs. We're looking at a couple of programs, actually three.
Excuse me, Emil.
Go ahead, Mr. Stafford.
Can we go back to the other? Well, this might be part of this slide too, only because the surfaces. I recently saw some information on what surfaces are transmitting virus. A lot of it doesn't come from surfaces, but the major ones, and I'm saying this for a reason because I took a lot of flack when I said restrooms. They found that the door handles, the stall doors, the toilet seats are some of the most areas that transmit the virus that are really problem areas. So you're wiping off with a paper towel, and you got door handles here, panic bars, washing hands, but yeah, it's gonna have to be a little further than that, I think myself. And I've tried to press this issue and still will, and I know we're working on it to improve it, but just be aware of that the surface problem is a real problem, and you can continue. I just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you, Mr. Stafford. We appreciate it. Definitely, we'll take that information and we'll follow up with that.
Okay.
So when we take a look at our school site learning hubs, we're looking at 3 programs. We're looking at Paloma Valley High School, starting a cohort. With your permission, we're looking at Perris High School, and we're looking at Heritage High School. And so those programs are going to be a little bit different. So I'm going to go into those details in a little bit. So when we take a look at our Perris High School program, we're looking at our newcomers, our ELD students. And so when we look at our Paloma Valley High School program, we're looking at our Montsevere program. And when we look at our Heritage High School program, we're actually looking at a combination of students that are in our mild moderate classrooms for special education, are students that are in fear of graduation, are concerned with graduating, and then are also our students that are having 4 or more Fs in a sense. Again, we're focusing on a total of 16 individuals in that group, and we're going to start this cohort as a pilot with 2 days a week from 8 to 12. Dr. McNair pointed out, again, they'll have gloves, face shields, and gowns will be provided for all staff for toileting students. Those cohorts will not exceed 16 staff members. Related service providers, and this is that exception where our related service providers, those individuals that I want to use a huge shout out to our school psychologist, our speech pathologist, our adaptive PE individuals. There's too many to name, but you guys know who you are, so thank you for everything you do on a daily basis. Thank you, thank you. Those individuals have the ability to come in and out of those cohorts, but when they do, they will be changing their PPEs, they'll be hand washing, so that way they're not cross-contaminating from that standpoint. Students and employees will not share food. Assigned supplies to individual students like pens and textbooks and pencils and papers will be specific to that student. We will not be sharing those materials, including manipulatives. Students will not share electronic devices. They'll each have their own Chromebook. They'll have limited use of shared equipment like laminating test protocols, because of that fact that we will make sure that we get test protocols, any type of material that is paper that other students may have to touch. We're going to make sure we laminate so we can spray, clean, wipe, and then go through for each student. Student is to be, work is to be turned electronically when possible, and we're going to use electronic documents instead of handouts when possible. We're not going to use classroom libraries at this time or other facilities from that standpoint when we have that specific cohort. So we're going to talk about some frequently asked questions. Go ahead, Dr. McNair.
So I know that there are probably some pressing questions that you may be asking. And so we have just 2 frequently asked questions that we will review at this time. And then, of course, we will take your questions. So you may be wondering, what happens if a student falls ill with symptoms possibly related to COVID-19? Well, that student will be escorted to a transition area. And so depending on the site, it could be a breezeway, an empty classroom, an easy up station. And that transition area will be monitored by a staff member that is no less than 6 feet away. Now, there may be a student that has a medically documented respiratory condition, say, for example, at the Paloma Valley High School site with our moderate to severe student. A staff member will need to be within the distance necessary to monitor the student's respiration and, of course, wearing the appropriate PPE. Now, the parent will also be called to pick up the student. And we are going to review the parent agreement that will indicate that the parent would need to pick that student up at about 10 to 15 minutes from the call. The parent will come with a face covering, and they will be able to pick up their student from the transition area. And the transition area will be disinfected by custodial staff wearing the appropriate PPE, just to ensure the safety of the staff member as well as the safety of our students.
So, okay, how can I facilitate a small group with my students and meet my students' individual needs? So we're focusing on ensuring students are sitting at their desks with their plexiglass barriers. If a student requires hand-over-hand assistance, we're going to utilize gloves and masks and face shields as appropriate. Gloves will be changed between student interactions. Teachers and related service providers and paraeducators will ensure any shared materials are cleaned between use, so that we're making sure that we're not cross-contaminating and minimize that cross-contaminating aspect of it. All right,
so
let me see if I can, go ahead, Dr. McNair.
No, I was going to ask you to pull up the notification. So this letter or waiver for parents that Mr. Alzabadi is going to pull up, it is a letter that the parents would need to review and sign and submit prior to the student beginning in the cohort. And so the letter, it says, dear parents, guardians, the novel coronavirus COVID-19 has been declared a worldwide pandemic. COVID-19 is extremely contagious and is believed to spread mainly from person-to-person contact. As a result, federal, state, and local governments and health agencies recommend many precautions, including the wearing of face coverings and social distancing, and have restricted the congregation of groups of people. And so the letter encourages parents to look at the current guidelines that were submitted and presented by the California Department of Health, and also the Riverside County Public Health Department. And so it talks about some COVID-19 restrictions that we have received from the County Department of Public Health, basically asking parents to know what the symptoms checks is required each day before sending their student to school. Also being able to check for COVID-like symptoms, and also for them to pick up their students immediately based upon the call that they receive from the school. The letter also indicates all the symptoms that we would ask parents to look for each morning before sending their student on the bus or bringing their student to the school site. It does talk about masks being appropriately worn by each student, staff, and visitors while they're on campus. It talks about also if any individual can't wear a mask, they must contact the school administrator. We talk about medical documentation as well as other accommodations if we know that that student has a documented medical issue or, again, related to the student's disability. Social distancing in the classroom is discussed, and also updated contacts. The most important part that I want to bring your attention to is at the bottom of this consent, and I'm going to read it. It says, by my signature below, I acknowledge the highly contagious nature of COVID-19 and understand that my child, those whom I and or my students encounter, and I may be exposed to or infected by COVID-19 by my children participating in academic or co-curricular educational support sessions. I agree to ensure that my child is properly prepared and equipped to participate in the PUHSD academic and or co-curricular activity in accordance with safety guidelines developed by CDPH and required by the district. I agree that if my student or another student from the same cohort exhibits symptoms associated with COVID-19, the cohort will be suspended based upon guidance from CDPH, which is typically 14 days. And the reason why that portion of the letter and the waiver from the parents is so important is because it allows us the flexibility to be more restrictive with our policies of suspending a cohort when symptoms arrive. That way we're protecting our staff and our other students while testing is being done or anything of that nature, so that we can ensure the safety of everyone. The following page is a symptom checker, which is already indicated in the letter, but it also provides a questionnaire for the parents to do that daily symptom checker, which is more of a passive screening so that they understand what they should be looking for when screening their students before sending them to school.
I'm just going to keep going through it just so you can see these questions. Okay.
Amelia or Dr. McNair, will the students be required to have flu shots?
We cannot require the student to engage in a flu shot, Mr. Stafford, as if that's a medical constraint on our part.
Okay, I understand.
Mr. Garcia.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Am I okay, Mr. President?
I don't see you, but go ahead.
Okay. I have a few concerns. And the first one, I'm going to start with the most obvious to me. Since you guys are presenting this to us the way it is, have you negotiated with the unions? Because I saw that you were talking about possibly like instructional aides and support staff of doing extra cleaning, stuff like that. Have you negotiated all that with the unions? That's the first question.
I can jump in on that one. There.
Thank you, Mr. Panich.
Garcia. So we've worked actually very closely with CSCA as it relates to our paraeducators and any other classified employees that may be affected from this, and had a really good dialogue with CSCA. In fact, met a couple of times to go over this and to address the concerns they have and work together on how we would do that. So absolutely, we reached an MOU and it's going through the CSCA 610 process right now.
Okay, thank you. And then one of the other concerns is I've heard in other districts that they want to do something similar. And the reality is they're pulling back. They're pulling the plug on it. And I'm going to ask you guys, are you guys aware what color the county is in right now?
Yes, Mr. Garcia, we're in purple.
So if we're in purple, you're asking us to bring kids back. If we're going to bring kids back, shouldn't we work on bringing the majority back? And then my concern is we're in purple. Why would we want to jeopardize that? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to disrespect you guys. I'm just trying to think of the obvious right now. How can I support you and our students? But at the same time, how can we assure their safety, right?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Mr. Garcia. I think when the Riverside County Public Health or California Department of Public Health published the ability for us to bring the specialized cohorts back, they allowed it. They actually published that during the time we were in purple. So despite us being in purple, the cohorts were developed so that while we're in purple, we could identify very small cohorts and bring them in.
Right. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is recently we allowed some of our athletes to go back to conditioning. And we have to put some of them on pause because they've been exposed to the virus. How likely is it that we're going to have to put this program to a stop because someone's affected by the virus? Do we have any data on that?
I think sorry, go ahead, Dr. Newman, I apologize.
No, you're good, Mil, go ahead.
So I think, Mr. Garcia, we definitely are looking at what are we doing with our students, making sure that we're following the County Department of Public Health in terms of their orders, making sure that we're following Riverside County Public Health's orders as well. We're closely monitoring what's happening specifically in Perris and ensuring that we're supporting our students. We are still in a position where our students are struggling, and they're struggling tremendously. And yes, we are concerned about the safety and welfare of all of our students. We're concerned about our medically fragile students. We're concerned about our students. For our newcomers, we're concerned about all of our students, as are our teachers. That being said, we're also concerned about how their social emotional well-being is being impacted as well from this standpoint. We're also concerned about their educational impact at this point. And so that being said, because of the guidance that's come down from the public health agencies, they're allowing us to build these cohorts in small, contained environments where we can measure, monitor, and quickly intervene to redirect and to support our families and our students and our staff.
And that leads to my last question, hopefully my last question. You're talking about small groups of cohorts. How many groups are we planning to have? Not one per classroom, correct?
So we're talking about one at Paloma Valley High School, which is our one classroom only. That's it. We're looking at one classroom at Perris High School and one classroom at Heritage High School.
Okay, so that definitely brings the risk down.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
yes, sir.
that's something I really want to know. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think Mr. Garcia, we've been behind the scenes working on this for a while, but it's just with all the safety precautions and all the challenges with it, we've really been taking our time, and that's why even at this state, even though that was we received that information August 26th. You know what I'm saying? Now it's November, and we're just now at the point where we're ready to we're calling it a pilot because we really want to bring in a group on one campus and make sure all our protocols are in place before we expand any further. And that's kind of what we're looking to do at this time.
Mr. Newman, where does that put us in liability wise? Are we in risk of being sued if someone catches the virus if we go through with this program?
Living in California, I think that's always a question mark, right? I think part of that is making sure we have the proper paperwork completed on the front end. And I think that's part of the waiver that Dr. McNair went through with. It's just that, parents are, signing on, assuming risks. And so that's part of the process. And then also that we're following all our protocols. I couldn't say that there's absolutely no possibility. There's always that possibility. But at this stage, I think we have, because this information is coming from California Department of Health. So we're in compliance with them. In addition to that, we have all the protocols that we have internally, as well as the paperwork they're filling out. I think we're kind of building some protection measures in there for us as a district.
Dr. Newman, I have a couple of questions. If you were done, the transportation part, you talked about buses.
Yep. Yes, sir, Mr. Stafford.
That's, I don't know how you're going to put that together. I mean, how the students going to be picked? They all live in different locations. I know within an area, but a route to get those same kids every day, then the bus driver has to be responsible to monitor these kids while on the bus, so they social distance and do, what they follow all the protocols. So I'm sure you probably have been in touch with transportation and work those parts of
Yes,
it
sir.
out.
Yes, Mr. Stafford.
Mr.
Actually,
Albeidi, do you want me to jump in here, Mr. Albeidi?
yes, ma'am, please.
Tony, I can help, or Mr. Stafford, excuse me, I can help answer that. So we have a number, well, all of our school buses, in fact, are seeing and not being used. And so because we're talking about small cohorts, so I believe we were talking about 12 students actually at Paloma Valley High School, and that's going to be the severely handicapped cohort. Good. I'm looking for those heads bobbing in that right direction. And so we will transport those students according to their IEP. What we have talked about with transportation, and as you know, they're a big operation, and so they will be going through all the same daily cleaning and disinfecting for all of the buses. Because we have a lot of buses at our disposal, we will be able to ensure that the students are socially distant. They've put processes into place that, because just like these cohorts, we could think of it like a trial period, right? Before we, advanced into some level of a hybrid, if that's the direction that we're going. I'm not saying that we are. And so it's a little bit of a trial period for transportation as well. And so what they're going to be doing is they're going to have 2 bus drivers on every bus to help with those things that you talked about. They'll be doing the temperature check, help doing the supervision, make sure that they are wearing their mask, make sure that they're remaining socially distant and that sort of thing. So I do feel that transportation has a very good handle on that for this process.
Okay, Dr. Freeman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Stafford. First of all, addressing the issue of liability, I believe that one of the reasons we're going to these cohorts is because of the likelihood of legal action taken against the district because they weren't doing it. They're having that it would not be an equitable education for them if we left them on distance learning the entire time. And then I have a question about, with parents are going to be required to do a daily temperature check. Are we providing parents with those thermometers?
Dr. Freeman, we're actually going to have the teacher who's overseeing that cohort and the support staff with them do those temperature checks. So we're providing them with the thermometers, yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. So one more question. The kids, this is designed for our severely handicapped, and that's where it's gonna be, not into regular.
So we have three populations that the cohort model is designed to support. Students who are at risk, our special education students, and students under our English language learners.
Oh, okay. Okay. Did you I didn't want to hold you up. You can continue.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
So when we take a look at, as we talked about, the symptoms check for every morning, so we covered that a little bit in that document that you saw, but they're there for you, as you can see. I won't read all these to you. You're aware of them. The one aspect that I do want to point out is that we're going to ask parents specifically, has your child been exposed to anyone who has tested positive for COVID-19 within the last 14 days? Is your child or anyone in the household currently under quarantine due to COVID-19? And has your child or anyone in the household traveled out of the area exposed to others recently? So we're going to ask those hard questions to make sure that we're engaging and protecting our students, our staff members through this process. All right, and so here's a little bit of a timeline that, as we talked about, we're looking at, again, with your authorization and approval, we're hoping to start on November 10th with our Perris High School newcomers. We're looking at November 17th with our Mod Severe population at Paloma Valley High School. And then we're looking at November 17th for our students that are a little bit of a mix in terms of, we've got students that are at risk of not graduating, students that have 4 Fs or more, and some of our mild moderate special ed students. I did want to share that the documents that you did review together have been also looked at by our attorney. They've actually given us guidance on those documents as well, along with our risk management department.
Okay. So,
President.
I believe that.
I'm sorry, I can't see you, Dr. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, President Stafford. First of all, thank you for making this presentation. And we want to start with the process of bringing our students back to school, right? Definitely that there's no question that it is better to have them on campus, to have them in school instead of distant learning. This is a very, very important decision, the one that we are going to be making tonight. One of you mentioned that the county health department authorized the cohorts and they were okay when we were in the purple color. All of us, we know the parameters why we went back into purple. Number of cases per 100,000, as well as the positivity rate. All of us also know of the specific characteristics of low socioeconomic communities and minorities, depending on the demographics. All of us know, based on what the health department has shared with us, that there is a higher risk. When we talk about analyzing, making any decisions, we agreed two things, that we needed to have the data of what are those numbers on the specific community that is ours. That's what we care about, right? So what is that data telling us? If we went into a purple because those parameters that I mentioned exceeded, we know that there is a lot higher in our community. We want our students to be in class, but we want them to be safe, and their safety and their health is our priority. And we cannot take any risks, right, with them. So I think it is needed. That's what we agreed. And unfortunately, I don't know if that is on the minutes or if somebody can tell me, no, we didn't agree on that, that we are going to analyze the data that affects our students, right? What is that percentage? What is, because we already know that it's higher here in our community. So we need that information. We also agreed that before we made that when you were going to be making a presentation that implies a decision, we were going to get that presentation placed in our Google Drive in advance so we can analyze it with time, we can think about it, and we can make thoughtful and educated decisions. One question for you in this case, Mr. Bennett. Did you place this presentation in our Google Drive with enough time for us to be thinking about similar questions like the one that I'm presenting? I'm looking at this from the perspective of my own kids. If my son or my daughter would be a student in Perris Union High School District, and they are ELs, or they are in moderate or with severe disabilities, do I want them to go to school? I noticed that in one of the slides said the parents can look into that. No, it is our job. It is our moral responsibility to look into the guidelines from the CDC and the health department and guide them and present them and telling them this is what they are saying. Please look into that, and you as a parent make that decision. So I wouldn't like, as a parent, just to look into that, find out about it, and then make your decision if you want to send your student to receive classes. That is very concerning to me because, once again, we're talking about the health and the safety of our students. And I'm not saying no in this case, but we need to have the right information in advance and the right data in order to make those educated decisions who are affecting our students. So I don't understand. I want to give you the opportunity to answer to that, Mr. Bennett. The data that applies to our specific community, Perris, Menifee, Nuevo, Roma. What is that data? Because it's not the same that we have on the average at the county level that made us win into purple. So we need to be aware of the reality in order to make the right decision for our students. That's what we are committed to do. And second question, did I miss that this presentation being placed in our Google Drive so we could analyze it? And because I have a lot of other questions, and I would like to refer back to the slides and things like that, right? But in this case, I'm unable to do that because this is given to us in the last minute and presentation for 30 minutes, and then you have 5 minutes or 10 minutes, ask questions and make a decision of this magnitude. Could you please answer the two questions that I asked, Mr. Bennett? Thank you, sir.
The data information will be coming up in the next presentation that we have coming in about the facilities and operations and reopening plan. So that the data that you're talking about will be in there. As far as the presentation to you, no, it was not put into the Google form. They were working on it up until today to get it put together how they wanted it to look.
Dr. Rao, I take full responsibility for that component because literally we were working with our legal counsel for that piece, and we were getting last minute information in terms of making sure that we met the conditions from CDPH as well as Riverside County Public Health as we're going through the documents. And we were in constant communication. Mr. Ben, I apologize to share that information, but that's the truth from that standpoint.
Yeah, no, thank you for explaining the rationale, but the bottom line is that we didn't have that time, right, to analyze it. And Mr. Bennett, you are saying that later on you are going to provide that data. So
some of the data, it's more about. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I respectfully disagree with the process, the approach that you are taking, that you are going to provide the data after we make a decision, data that we need in order to look into making a decision. Or am I misunderstanding what you said?
The presentation will have information about the numbers in Riverside County that we have. And that's in the next presentation before you vote on anything.
Okay. If you remember a few minutes ago, Mr. Bennett, I clarified that we can look at the data from Riverside County, but we agreed that we were going to be analyzing the data in the specific community. Do you agree that the county has reported that in specific communities, low socioeconomic and specific demographics, the risk is higher than the average of the county? I just want to know if we are on the same page because I don't want to be saying something and we don't even agree on that. Is that the case? Did I understand correctly what the county health department meant? That's the case, right? Do we agree on that? That potentially, based on the report that we are receiving from the health department, communities with specific demographics and low socioeconomic, they are at a higher risk than the average.
Yes.
Now, okay, so if we agree on that, why are we going to be making a decision based on the average of the county? Because the data, it balances out, right? If we have higher socioeconomic areas or different places that the risk is a lot lower, in this case is higher, I think we need to look at our specific communities, our specific demographics. And that's what we agreed, and that's what I would like to know in order to make a decision.
Yeah. So Dr. Rao, in the future, what we'll do is just include an update in all of our, because we're doing distance learning updates, so we might as well just ensure that's there for you in the future. We'll make sure that we provide that local update for you within all of our presentations.
Trustee Garcia he's been waiting a while. He has a question.
Well, first I want to comment on what Mr. Newman said. You said next time. that we keep addressing these issues because that's pretty much the same answer every time, next time. And it's kind of old for us to hear the same routine answer. We've given directives already that we want the presentations ahead of time so we can make these educational decisions with all the data. So what I'm going to say is a little bit more pointed toward what I'm suggesting. Can we please get the data for Perris, Nuevo, Menifee, and all of our trustee areas of how the virus is affecting and the numbers? Because I know they do break it down. And I do know for a fact that Perris has a high number of COVID cases right now, whether it's hospitalizations or just positive testing. And then I'm going to ask for today, can we table this after the presentation? Still give us the data because we need the data, but can we table the vote maybe till the next meeting so we could, process this and ask all the questions that we need to? Because honestly, now I feel I'm being rushed.
Jose, can I make a comment? I was thinking in terms, maybe you should shrink this. This sounds like it would fit a place like PALS or a smaller site, for right now. But to involve all the schools until you get that data in, why don't we just use a test site? Because I would think you're going to get overrun with parents that want to get their kids in this program, and you're going to have to turn away so many of them because the size, you're only taking a few kids. And how would that be done, by lottery, or who gets first? Who gets first come, first serve? Or that part's a little mystery to me. But I would move a little slower. I agree with looking at it a little faster, a little more. I can consider the fact that you've been working on this and you want to get this in, but I would slow down a little bit, because to have it at so many sites, and I would slow up a little bit just to make sure it's working and make sure the people are trained, that the bus operators, the right thing is going on the buses, and when a student does, or if a student were to get sick, you want them picked up in 15 minutes. Well, that's probably not going to happen. So yeah, it's a good case. I know you probably will talk to the parents, they'll sign the waiver, but if they decide to go to work, they're not going to be there in 15 minutes. But so would you, I would consider a smaller scale, and then more data, or no scale and data first. Go ahead, Dr.
Once again, I want to reiterate that it's really important to have to start bringing our students to school, but we need to do it in the right way. I understand that you are taking safety precautions and you are addressing those things, but there are those elements that we need to include there. What do you think is a reasonable time to get that data, to look into that? So I think 2 days, 3 days for us to look into the presentation, or even less, but not in 20 minutes and make the decision in 10 minutes. And hopefully this doesn't happen again, right? Dr. Newman said it's not going to happen again, but we said the same thing last time. But anyway, let's focus on the future. Let's focus on potential solutions. Maybe not even waiting until next meeting. We can have a meeting just with one item to address this, because it's so important that our students start receiving the services that we can provide. And I would like to go a little bit above and beyond, maybe some pictures of how the classroom is going to look like. Do we have the plexiglass that they are going to be separating the students? Do we have already installed the elements to sanitize that? Do we have the hand sanitizers already for, look, this is the classroom, you have one at the entrance, you have one in the back, you have one here. Then to wash their hands, this is what they are going to be doing. Since we have only one group and one class per school, I think that is doable, because we need to ensure and make sure, not only in paper, we want to see in the reality how that is going to look like. Again, we are making a decision where the safety of our students, and we cannot guarantee that nothing is going to happen, right? But that's why we need to go up and beyond every single element that we consider. And any ideas, anything that we can do to ensure that we are going to decrease the likelihood of somebody getting infected, we need to address it. But also we need to do it soon, right? Not in 10 minutes, but not also in a month or in weeks, right? We are here for the students. Let's make an agreement. Make what today is a Wednesday. Are we ready for Monday? Are we ready for Tuesday? Less than a week in order to make the decision. And if we are completely satisfied with the data and with the conditions, the physical conditions, and we have the evidence and we are seeing everything, we vote on that.
Dr. Rao, Trustee Garcia has a question. Go ahead. Edward.
Okay, real quick. Dr. Alzabadi, thank you for everything you're presenting with us with, and I appreciate everything. I do like a lot of information, and I always tell everybody I'm open to what you have to say because it can change my mind, my opinion. So I kind of want a little bit of information because I know you have access to this. Can you find out why some of the neighboring districts are pulling out of the cohorts? And then definitely I want to find out about the status about Perris, Nuevo, and Menifee, and any other cities that we're dealing with in our trustee areas, what the ratios are with the COVID, whether it's just testing positive or being hospitalized. I would really appreciate that because that will help me out so much more.
Yes, sir, Mr. Garcia. I will definitely look into that piece. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have another. Oh, I don't know if you're done yet, so let's let you continue. I think we're at the question and answer period, but I think another part was related. The facilities and operations was filling in some of those questions also, I believe. So let's continue on to that, and that might bring everything more into focus for the questions that I had myself. So, okay. So do we have any other questions? Dr. Newman, are you complete with that?
I think we're complete. We have our kind of walking orders.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. McNair. Appreciate it. And Emil. And hopefully you'll be here, and we might need you for second part too. So
absolutely. Yes, sir.
So we'll move on. Okay. Oh, so one question, Mr. Bennett, we're still at the oral report part of this. So
right, we're at 9.2 right now. You'd be moving to.
But this is 10.2 to authorize this, and
yeah.
Well, at that time we'll figure out what we want to do with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Okay. Let's keep moving.
9.2 is our facilities operations reopening plan. Candace is going to lead us off and have her team go through this.
Okay, is that showing up for everybody?
Yes.
Thank you, Kirk. Okay, let me get myself set up here. Okay, so we're excited to present with you tonight. I'll be co-presenting with Art Ritz, Hector Gonzalez, Don Ray, and Judy Miller. We have quite a lengthy presentation. There is no action that you need to take on this tonight. This is just for informational purposes. I did want to start out and remind everybody that with facilities and operations, we are a support division, a support department, if you will. And so, and we pride ourselves on that. We certainly need to begin planning, and we have begun planning. We've been working diligently to come up with plans to assist with the safe reopening of our schools whenever and ever that happens. However, there's a little bit of an order of operations. And so I know services is working diligently. You just heard their small cohort recommendation and presentation for you that will eventually transition into different instructional models. Ultimately, the board will approve that and provide us direction. And our goal as facilities and operations to not begin reacting at that time, but have a number of things set up so that we can react quickly, to those things. So with that, I'm going to begin our presentation. First and foremost, we have to follow, just like everybody else, all of the public health guidelines. And so that's CDE, that's the California Department of Education, CDPH, or California Department of Public Health, and then Riverside County Public Health as well. And so I say that because we will always meet or exceed those guidelines. Guidelines is a term that we may misunderstand because the county council, Riverside County Council, and Dr. Kaiser have recently shared with us that guidelines are to be considered normative as we're planning. So anything in these sets of guidelines that say guideline, it really is what we need to adhere to. And so you're going to see that as we go through the presentation. And so as a team, facilities and operations, we are planning on no more than a 50% occupancy when we come back. But again, that's just for planning purposes. We certainly need direction on that. But I just say that from the perspective, if the board were to ask to have a school reopening plan agendized to open second semester at full capacity, which I don't envision that you'll do, we would need some time to react to that because there's lead time on certain supplies. So I just wanted to kind of lay that foundation as you're hearing the different team members talk about their portions tonight, specifically like with student desk barriers. We couldn't procure that type of a quantity if we went above 50% for a hybrid in short order. So moving on, Grant had asked me to go through some of the data for you, and so Dr. Rao, you touched on most of the elements actually of the blueprint for a safer economy. In the previous slide, I had the governor's seal there because we're all aware that the governor has come out with the blueprint for a safer economy, and so there's 4 different tiers or 4 different colors. You can see where each of the different counties are currently. This data was updated today, so Riverside County remains in purple, and I'll talk more about that in a second. But the way that this is measured is an adjusted case rate, and that's with a 7-day lag. So it's the case rate per 100,000, and then the adjusted case rate, and that has to do with the testing that's done in the county per 100,000. And it's important also to remember that 7-day lag reminder. So this is a 7-day data piece, and Bevi went over this, but there has been a change since she's gone over this in a previous presentation. And so this data that we're going to see on the next slide is actually through October 24th. So that's important to remember as well. And then the second factor that is looked at is the positivity rate. And you can see the different factors for each of the colors. But what was added since Bevi last went over this in a presentation is the health equity quartile that you talked about, Dr. Arau. And so that's with our most disadvantaged communities, and making sure that that is factored into the county data. And so just as a reminder, the blueprint for a safer economy, these tiers are updated weekly every Tuesday, with the exception of this week. It was delayed a day for election day. A county must remain in a tier for a minimum of 3 weeks before they can advance to a less restrictive tier. So we just hit purple again today. So we have to stay in purple for at least 3 more weeks before we can go to red, because we haven't maintained or even hit red status or red numbers yet. Schools are permitted to reopen for in-person instruction. And again, that's the ability to open. It doesn't mandate that we reopen once the county has been in the substantial or the red tier for 2 weeks. So really what that means is we have at least 5 weeks ahead of us right now, starting from today. Schools that are in the widespread or the purple tier aren't permitted to reopen for in-person instruction unless they receive a waiver from the local health department. However, that doesn't apply to us because that's only grades TK through 6 only. But as we talked earlier, schools are permitted in that purple tier to operate in the small cohort structure, like Emil and Cassandra and Dr. Newman talked about previously. So let's take a look at the data as of today. You can see, let me see if I can get my pointer working here. You can see the data, the current data, that's as of today, and then 3 weeks prior. And then I also summarized the data because it actually only shows today's data in this table on the side here. And you can see each of the factors that are looked at. I have it shaded so that it's a little bit easier to see. The week that data was released on October 13th, you can see we were in the red tier. But if you don't recall, that was during an adjudication period. Those numbers, if you compare that to that first table that I showed you, are actually within the purple tier. But we were given, Dr. Kaiser requested an adjudication period from the state to try to turn those numbers back in favor of a lower tier, a least restrictive tier. Unfortunately, the county did not meet that. And so we were sent back to purple when the data was released on October 20th. And if you take a look at each of those factors there up through today, the data that was released, which is again through October 24th, because there's a 7-day lag there, you can see we're really trending in the wrong direction in terms of cases and positivity. So I say that not to scare us, not that any of us are, medical doctors or anything like that, but it's important that we understand what direction the data is trending, and also pair that with knowing we're at least 5 weeks from opening once we have a first data week with red criteria numbers. And it does appear that we're a ways off of there. So if you do the math, the first day that we theoretically could reopen is, I think that's December 12th. I might have that on the previous slide. I'm sorry, December 9th. We have to do the math correctly. December 9th is the first day that we could possibly reopen. But again, that would require that when we get our data next week, we are in red tier status. We maintain that for 3 weeks, and then we stay in red tier status for 2 weeks. So that's also only a week and a half before the end of the first semester. So it's also why I say, in terms of the facilities and operations task force that's been working on the reopening plans from an operations perspective, we have in our minds been talking, no earlier than second semester. Not a hard deadline of we will open second semester, but that's just what we're planning for so that we can react to whatever decision is made. I'm going to turn my pointer off here. This was the slide I just went over. Board members, before we move on to the next portion of the presentation, are there any questions on the data before I turn it over to Hector? No. Okay, well, I would be remiss if I didn't. Oh.
I'm sorry, Candace. As related to the presentation that Dr. Newman just gave us, it's really why we need that information, because I've already, the dates that they had set up for the progression of reopening the small cohorts. I need to compare that to see what compares to what. I'm getting a little lost as to what their proposed dates were versus what we can meet with this 5 weeks. So if you could send us that the presentation first one, I can answer my own question.
Yeah,
Okay.
And just to reiterate, I'm going to go back a slide here. Remember, and I'm not trying to sway any decision, I'm just trying to let you know what the parameters are. Schools that are in, I'm sorry, counties that are within the purple tier, which is widespread, are still permitted to reopen for in-person instruction, but only under that small cohort provision that Emil and others talked about. So we wouldn't be out of compliance, but it doesn't mean that we have to. So, but I definitely heard what you said in the previous presentation, and just to reiterate, so I make sure that we, the bigger we understand this, what Dr. Arau's concern is the health equity adjustment in there. And are our communities within the Perris Union High School District better than or worse than that data? Dr. Arau.
Dr. Rao.
That is, thank you, Ms. Rains, for clarifying that, because that is so important. If that is the case, that we know that is the case, we want to ensure that our students, the most vulnerable students, are receiving their education, right, and the support that they need, but in a safe way, in the safest possible way. Maybe, depending on that, we are seeing on October 13, the new cases was 8.1, today 11.5, right? Maybe in this community might be even higher. When we look at the cohorts, maybe we need to make the decision they need to be even smaller. Instead of 16, they might need to be 10, like what we are doing with our athletes, right? So we need to do things right. And we need that data in order to make those educated decisions. So thank you. And I went ahead, I know, in this case. However, the assigned data to the community, it would be important to know, because how you mentioned, this is Riverside County. What is in the communities? Do we need to reduce those groups to even less to ensure the safety of our students? We are trying to balance both things, right? The education of our students and the safety of them.
Yeah. And we can work to get you that next level of data. I really wanted to provide the county data, particularly for reopening outside of cohorts, so that we could see how we're trending. I said this before, but I don't think I made the point very clearly. This data is through October 24th. And if we kind of think of some of the events that have happened since then that might have caused perhaps more spreading of the virus that is not reflected in these numbers. I'm not a scientist or anything like that, but to me, it logically seems like it might make the numbers elevate even higher, so trending in the wrong direction. So we've had Halloween. We've had the election. I think we're still pending an outcome, of that. I don't know what that's going to cause folks to do or not do. We will have, Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's Eve. And so, I think while we're all hopeful that we trend in the right direction, it just may not be practical that we think that. Okay. I'm sorry, I missed your hand, Dr. Freeman.
Yeah, Dr. Freeman.
Thank you. Correct me if I have a misunderstanding. From what I'm hearing you say is that even though we are in purple, the medical people they have determined that it is okay for us to do the small cohorts.
That's correct.
So having the medical people determine that a small cohort program, even under purple, would be acceptable, then I don't understand what the problem is. We have all these holidays coming up. We have Veterans Day next Wednesday. We've got so many things going that we really need to get this program going, because the longer that we wait, the more they're going to have problems of learning to make up, and the better the chances of families deciding that we're stalling and not serving them properly, and then we end up with court again. Thank you.
Okay, so I wanted to just provide that backdrop before I turn it over to the team. The first person that would be presenting is Hector. I'm going to embarrass him for just a moment. He has a very big birthday tomorrow. So with that, that's your introduction, Hector.
Happy birthday, Hector.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so I mean, one of the things that we're talking about is reopening, and eventually we will reopen. We're talking about dates and all these things to eventually get kids back on our campuses, whether through the cohorts, hybrid, full reopening. But one of the things that Art, Judy, Don, myself, and Candace were talking about tonight are very important components of any kind of reopening plan that we put in place, and that we're ready for students to come back, and that we're opening in a safe manner with all the all the protocols and follow all the guidelines. So as part of that, I want to talk about, our campuses, right? I mean, this is where the students come. They come to our campuses, and we're going to keep them safe. And to do so, we did assessments of all our school sites. Although they're all the same, they all provide instruction, they all have classrooms, they all have teachers, but they're all different. They all have different entrances, they all have different shaped classrooms, they all have different things. So we did a site-specific assessments of all our sites. We walked every single site to prepare for reopening planning, which we're doing so right now. And as we go through these things and we talk about these, we want to make sure that we are proactive and not reactive, and we have everything ready. There are long lead times on some things, but we feel we're in a good position. And you'll see through our presentation here that we're trying to be as comprehensive and try to cover as many areas as possible to make sure that people are safe. So with that, I'm going to start off. We did our assessments of every site. Some of the things we looked at on the sites is what it looks like before school, access to the campus, what it looks like after the bell rings, how the students get in, what kind of procedure we have for single point of entry, before school starts, multiple points of entry, so kids aren't bunching up at gates, parents aren't bunching up at gates, office areas, make sure we keep our staff safe, our students safe, visitors to our offices safe, attendance offices, counseling, health offices, cafeterias, campus circulation, what does that look like? Passing periods, the classroom environment, PE locker areas, procedures for those areas, student restrooms, staff restrooms. The restrooms are areas where kids like to congregate sometimes. So we're making sure we're putting capacity signage, which I'll talk about in a minute. Drinking fountains, student and staff procedures for daily environment on campus. And now I'm going to move on to classrooms, which are a very important component of our reopening plan. Next slide, please. So CDPH and the Riverside University Health System, they have guidelines, they have guidance that they put out. So, and it's important to note that CDPH is talking about, maximize the space between student seating and desks, distance teacher and other staff at least 6 feet away from student desks, for social distancing, consider ways to establish separation of students through other means are practical, such as 6 feet between desks where practical, partitions, which we'll talk about here in a minute, markings on classroom floors, which we'll also talk about to promote social distancing, and arranging desks in a way which we'll also talk about here in a minute. And then the Riverside University Health System, a little blurb out of their guideline. And one of the things that I think is important and we put in the back of our mind as we talk about what classrooms will look like, is that they say, when 6 feet of separation not possible, implement barriers, plexiglass barriers, sneeze guards should be installed between students. And I'll add to that, staff should have guards in front of them as they're teaching as well. Demarcation lines on the floors can help students maintain social distancing, and then face all desks in a single direction to minimize face-to-face contact between students. So please keep that in the back of your mind as we go through the presentation. We went through and looked at classrooms. There's a lot of different classrooms in the district. Our minimum size classroom is a 960. If you think about a portable, that's about the size of a 960 foot classroom, square foot classroom. So we went through and we did different scenarios. We talked about, we set them up at 4 feet, 5 feet, and 6 feet. Keeping in mind that there's a teacher desk in there. Sometimes there's a teacher's aide desk in there. So at 4 feet, we're able to fit 20 students. At 5 feet, 17, and at 6 feet, 15. Some of those are variables because different size classrooms, different shapes. We're able to put more kids in the classroom, but I think those are pretty safe to say that those are our minimums for a 960 square foot classroom, which is our minimum size classroom here in the district. And these capacities also, when we talk about fitting, for example, 17 kids at 5 foot separation, sometimes there's non-essential furniture. There's furniture that we're going to safely stack and move out of the way. But there are things, personal items that would have to be taken out of the classroom as they would restrict capacity. Next slide, please. As you guys know, with mine and arts and usually business services, we're the doers. So a lot of times there's a lot of pictures, right? So the picture on the left is representative of that 960. Those desks are representative of science lab type furniture, the tables, the rectangle tables. That's the way it would look like for 17 students. The picture on the right are the individual student desks. And this one is spaced at 5 feet, and it fits 17 desks spread out. What you don't see in this picture are the plexiglass barriers, which we'll get into here in a minute. But I wanted to show you guys a representation of what the classroom would look like spread out. Next slide, please.
And just, sorry to interrupt, Hector, just for clarification, in case you're wondering, so we've been asked this question, where he's got the rectangle desk, they look very close. We would only put in a half capacity. We would only put one person at each, so there's still a social distance.
Yes.
I think we're on Miss
So-
Dawn now.
Yeah, so with that, I'm going to pass it over to Dawn. She's going to talk about the student barriers.
Okay, thank you, Hector. So looking at our classrooms and our desks and separating them out to social distance, then we wanted to add the layer of protection with desk barriers. So we met as a committee and reviewed that, and I'll give you some more information about what that process looked like on the next slide. But what we captured in this committee decision was to go with a 23-inch height clear PET, which is a type of plastic, if you will, material for these panels. It's going to have 4 mounting tabs on the desk so that the barrier sits into those mounting tabs and will not slide around on the student. We don't have to worry about it falling, all of those kind of issues to worry about. So it's very secure on the desk. And then at this point, as Ms. Raines pointed out, we are looking at we have ordered 50% capacity just to get us to those numbers that Hector was talking about. If we do the 4 or 5 or 6 feet separation of desks, we wanted to make sure we had the quantity that would meet those needs. But depending on what we decide, that 50% capacity, some of those rooms don't have 36 students per se. So where we're ordering 50% for that classroom, those extras could be used in other collaboration spaces. And we kind of did that on purpose, just so we would make sure to cover those ancillary areas. This even includes libraries, any of those areas where students might be congregating. And then we chose 2 different shaped barriers, and we'll talk a little bit about the difference in sizes, but basically what happened is we have various sizes and shapes of desks in this district. And so we wanted to maximize our buying power by limiting the barriers that we chose. We didn't want to have to order 16 different barriers to fit the many different sizes and shapes of desks. So we went with the 2 different shaped barriers that will fit the majority of our various sizes and shapes so that we could order that 50% capacity. And then for those barriers in classrooms where we found just a few little onesies, twosies here where the barriers would not fit those desks, this is where M&O would graciously help us out with fabricating barriers for those desks in those areas. And then we also, by doing this order, we have secured with our vendor to have delivery and install to take place by mid-January. Now I understand what Ms. Raines said about we haven't made any decisions yet. And so this is just to be prepared if we were to try to reopen for second semester. We wanted to be prepared at that earliest opportunity. If that doesn't happen, then great. We have them ready to go whenever you say go. So this is some examples of the teacher and mobile barriers. We didn't want to only focus on students. Obviously, we care about our staff as well and our teachers. So it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but we actually showed you a picture of the teacher desk barriers that are being fabricated for those areas. And we found that those were cheaper to be fabricated by our M&O staff, significantly different cost than if we had purchased those through the vendor. So those are being fabricated through M&O. Supplies have already been ordered. I believe materials have already been received, and they are working diligently on those. And then on the right-hand side, you'll see a prototype. This is actually from a neighboring district, but this is a prototype of what we're creating for our mobile barriers for teachers so that they could move about the classroom, still have somewhat of an interaction with students whenever needed. And so we are also fabricating these as well. Again, it was significantly cheaper than going through the vendors for this solution. It actually comes out to be like 3 times more. I mean, we're talking significant. And the other neat thing about these barriers is they're not just, I mean, they're very versatile. We're planning to also use these outside. So when security staff is at gates in the mornings or what have you, working with the public, this is also a barrier that could be used for staff during those times. So we see a lot of different uses for these. And then if and when we ever went away from barriers, we could use those mobile barriers for other things, such as marker boards or something, and get creative in classrooms. So we're trying to find a lot of uses for our barriers to keep them useful as time goes on. So for the procurement of barriers, as I talked about, we had samples evaluated by committee. We actually had I think it was like 6 or 7 samples that were given to us from vendors. So we could just, play around with them, have them on the desk, see what it looked like, see what it felt like, see what it was going to be like to use that on a daily basis and really get a feel for it. And so for our comparison and evaluation, we didn't just take cost into account as sometimes people might think. We really wanted to pay attention to the materials being used, make sure they were safe, good materials for our students and what is recommended. We want to make sure the quality of the product. Are we getting a good product that's not going to just break on us? What does it look like if that does happen? What are our options with vendors? So we looked at that as well. A big component that Ms. Raines mentioned earlier was lead times. We really had to pay attention to our lead times to make sure that we would have product in time. If you guys were to tell us, hey, we really do want to open second semester, we got to have the doors opened in January, we wanted to make sure we would be able to accommodate that. And lead times are a big deal. It's not just for our district. You got to consider all the districts out there are looking to procure these materials. So we're kind of fighting, if you will, amongst each other to try to procure what it is we need to safely reopen. And so then again, cost was another issue and variety of options. So we did, with our vendor, we did an inventory. We've done a full inventory of the campus. I believe Hector talked about this too, but it included all workspaces, including teacher and student areas. And so those inventories are what guided our ordering process to make sure we receive 50% capacity.
Okay, with that, I'm going to pick up here again to talk about our campus reopening plan, but just a quick clarification, if you will. So when we talked about, the small cohorts, we are ready for that as well, whenever that comes. Art and his staff, they were really good about asking vendors for some samples. We asked vendors, hey, can we have 50 samples? They didn't give us 50, but when and if even a small cohort comes, we have stuff available for those students. So I know Don mentioned that a full implementation would happen in January, but we're ready for a small number of students if they come onto our campuses. So as part of the assessments, like I said, we walked our entire campuses for an evaluation for reopening planning. One of the key components to any kind of reopening plan is a plexiglass barriers. Any store we go into, office, anywhere we go, those plexiglass barriers are extremely important to keep our staff, our students, and everyone on our campuses safe. So we have put those at workstations, receptions. The guys have ordered material and are working on building the teacher desk barriers. Those are being built now for whenever we reopen. And one of the key things on that, and I said it last time during our presentations, is they're made by PUHSD staff. I as a manager here in the district, feel proud of our guys, feel proud of Arts guys. That they're making these. A lot of districts are buying them. We are saving so much money by having our guys do it, and then also pride of ownership. The guys are working to keep our staff safe. In addition to classroom barriers, as Don mentioned, we have the mobile plexiglass barriers, which will also be added to main gates for use by campus supervisors. They can be moved around the classrooms. I think they're a good solution for a mobile standing barrier. In addition to the barriers, we've seen them everywhere we go, right? The ground marking, signage, stickers that go on the ground. We've added stanchions to direct, to prevent people from walking behind some of our workstations. A lot of times you go into, I'll use payroll as an example. People walk up there and they want to they want to walk around the counter and talk to the payroll staff or any kind of staff. So we put stanchions in a few areas, and we'll continue to look at those areas. Wherever we need them, we'll put them up. I'm going to talk about the ground markings a little bit more detail here in a minute. And all these will be in place when students come back onto our campus. Next slide, please. Couple pictures. Like I said, we're the picture people of our staff working on making these plexiglass barriers. Jacob on the left and then Mike on the right. Those guys have really picked up that ball and ran with it, and they're becoming masters. They have a opportunity for a second business making these barriers. Next slide, please.
If I can just jump in, I want to piggyback off what Hector said. These guys, some of you may know them personally. They are so proud of what they're doing. They get jazzed up. Where they're working here, they've actually taken over the multi-use shop at Perris Lake High School, and we as a team keep joking with all of our principals is. If it's empty, we're using it as a warehouse right now because we are sourcing, all of these supplies in preparation to order, in preparation to reopen. But I just really wanted to echo how proud I am of the maintenance and operations staff. These two individuals, Mike and Jake, in particular, they're doing a really, really good job. Sorry for interrupting again, Hector.
No problem. If you look at our little picture there, is a smile on his face, and we're really proud of our staff members. So as part of the campus reopening plan, entry to campuses, we've assessed those areas to ensure visitors and students to our campuses are not bottlenecking before school comes in. Make sure we have a lot of different gates that they come into, so we're not trying to funnel them through one and they're all having a hard time social distancing. Lobbies and waiting areas have been arranged and will continue to be arranged to maintain social distancing. We're going to post signage, capacity, verbiage, and then outdoor waiting procedures. If a lobby or a class office doesn't fit, it has a capacity that we've established, we're going to make sure people are waiting outside and that they have ground markings for social distancing. Same thing, social distancing guidelines for offices, counseling, attendance, any other areas where student, staff, or the public gathers. Anywhere our staff is, we're looking at those areas. We have looked at those areas to prepare our plan. Another important area is kitchens. Our kitchens are serving meals as all this has been going on. The meals have never stopped. So we have staff in those areas, and we put down social distancing markings, made sure that they have enough space to work as they're on campus. Let's not forget that those ladies, staff, and our nutrition staff have been here throughout this whole thing, serving lunches every single week. So it's really important to make sure that they are safe. Locker rooms, libraries, cafeterias, other student areas we looked at, traffic flow, capacities, and all that is planned for these areas. And again, for these capacities to work, excess furniture has to be removed and provide space for the number of people that we've identified as far as capacity goes. Next slide, please. Dr. Rao, you touched on this. Touchless hand sanitizer dispensers. We've ordered a bunch of those. They are being placed in classrooms. The touchless are being placed in key areas. Classrooms will also have hand sanitizer dispensers, but they have the pump bottles. Dispensers, portable sanitizing stations. You might have seen them around some of our campuses if you've been on any of the campuses lately. High traffic, high use areas, kitchens, reception areas, entrances to the campuses by the security staff. We're going to have hand sanitizer stations there as well. We have reviewed student traffic patterns, and those will be considered when we talk about reopening campuses. Drinking fountains, those are going to be shut down. We're not going to use those because of possible contamination. So we're looking at bottle filling stations. We have a few throughout our campuses, not enough. So Art and his staff are looking, and they're planning on adding more bottle filling stations to our campuses. Water is important. We have to provide water for our students, but drinking fountains is just not the way to go. So we're going to encourage bottles, and we're going to provide bottle filling stations. And restrooms, like I said earlier, restrooms, kids like to congregate in the restroom, especially between passing periods. Everybody has that rush to the restroom. So we're going to look at the appropriate capacities and make sure all of our restrooms are open and post those capacities at the doors. We're going to install signage at the entrances and floor stickers and all that to make sure that we're identifying that capacity. Want to show you guys an example of a lobby that we've set up, and this is a representative of what we have throughout the district now. As you can see, this lobby's over at Paloma. We have social distancing reminders. The floor stickers are on the ground, telling people to stop, wait here. You can't see it. And it's a funny thing with the plexiglass barriers, right? We want to show you guys pictures, but you can't see them in the pictures. But they're there. Oh, there you go. They're on the counters. One of the advantages to having our staff make these is that they're all custom sized. We can make them turn corners. They're all custom built to those facilities. COVID signage is.
Sorry, Hector.
Oh, no problem. Is on the wall there. Face mask. If you see right in the middle, that little stand there, it's got a couple of pictures on there reminding people they have to wear a mask when they're on our sites. And you see the really awesome and cool touchless hand sanitizer station that artwork of the vendor to procure, and the hand sanitizing station itself there. Signage, stickers, and posters have been created. We have those. Chad Goodwin, that works with me in facilities, and myself, we're known as the Sticker Kings. We're putting these around our campuses. We have posters that we're putting around campuses. Any area that we hear that people are going to be on campus, we're putting them up. Before kids come back, we're going to plaster everything. We don't want to put them down now because, as anything, they were out with the sun. Want to make sure that they're nice and fresh when kids do get back on our campuses. These are used so these stickers and signage are used to remind staff and visitors that they need to wear their face covering, face mask, maintain social distance, 6 feet, room capacities based on size of the room, telling people to wash their hands, telling people to use hand sanitizer. That we even have a sticker that says how to use the hand sanitizer, how to wash your hands. Let me make sure I'm on the right slide. Here's a slide that shows a representation of some of our signage, right? How to wash your hands. That middle one is a poster. It contains the 5 recommendations. If you're home, if you're sick, stay home. If you're on our site, wear a face covering. Wash your hands often. Stay 6 feet apart. And remember, don't touch your face. If you're walking around, you're touching things, make sure not to touch your face. You're not transmitting things. There's the signage for face covering required, and the different signage that we have throughout our campus. The bottom right is one of the restroom signs, a representation of what we're going to be putting on the restrooms. We're going to go in there. Every other stall will be open in the girls' restroom. Same thing with the boys. Every other urinal will be open. So we'll determine a capacity based on what they're able to use. One of the key things as well, Dr. McNair talked about it, is if somebody comes on our campus and becomes symptomatic during the day, not that they have COVID, just that they have symptoms of something, we want to make sure we put them aside in a discreet way. We're not parading them around across campus, so we're looking at isolation areas, classrooms, areas, rooms on campus that we can put people in if they develop symptoms during the day. So we've looked at the different areas on campus at each of our sites. These indoor isolation rooms, it's very important. I know, Tony, you'd probably ask about this, is that they have dedicated HVAC systems. They're not mixing air with other classrooms. It provides appropriate ventilation. Same thing, isolation areas. We've located a community area for pickup of the symptomatic student. And then these areas will also have plexiglass barriers for separation, as well as hand sanitizer stations and any social distancing markings. Anything that we need to do in there to make it as safe as possible, we'll install. Next slide, please.
We are now on to art. Should Mr. Stafford, should we stop for a moment? Are there any questions, or are we okay to proceed to cleaning and disinfecting with art?
I'm fine. If you want to proceed, if anybody has any questions, no, let's proceed. Yeah.
Okay. I know it's a lot of information, but
Yeah, but it's well put together, and I like what I see here.
Thank you.
It's really good. Okay. So let's keep rolling.
Art, are you muted?
Correct.
Okay.
Maybe not.
You had to wait so long.
I'm sorry.
All
I'm
right.
sorry. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How everybody doing? My section of the presentation is cleaning and disinfecting. And since March, when COVID first hit, our cleaning guidelines have been tailored to what CDPH and CDC has recommended. And we've been following that since March to now. Staff should clean and disinfect frequently touched surfaces at school and school buses at least daily, which we are doing. And these surfaces should be cleaned and disinfected frequently throughout the day by trained custodial staff, which our staff have been trained. Modify your standard procedures to accommodate more frequent cleaning and disinfection, which once we get into the presentation, I'll show you how we did this. Focus on cleaning, disinfection on frequently touched objects, doorknobs, light switches, panic bar handles, classroom sinks, handles, bathroom sinks, handles, doorknobs, and shared items between uses. Next slide, please. All right, cleaning and disinfecting for our classrooms. To ensure the safety of our students and staff, Perris Union High School district custodians will meet or exceed the guidelines developed by California Department of Public Health and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention for cleaning and disinfecting. Following these guidelines, all PUHSD facilities were deep cleaned over the summer months. The above mentioned guidelines were and will continue to be accomplished by our custodians' daily cleaning procedures, and the application of vital oxide with the proper dwell time, that's 5 minutes, applied with the cartridge mister or the Victory handheld electrostatic sprayer. Next slide, please. To ensure that also to meet or exceed, to make sure that our facilities are clean, we adopted the Hygiene System Plus, the ATP system, and this support and demonstrate the effectiveness of our custodial cleaning techniques. The importance of cleaning before disinfecting. We really have to retrain everybody on that also too, though, that your surface had to be clean before you disinfected it. ATP swabbing is a perfect indicator when trying to determine if an environmental surface is clean or not. And when we do our swabbing, it's in seconds, we can tell if it is clean or not. Next slide, please. District custodians are cleaning and disinfecting all district occupied areas daily based upon each site COVID-19 work site daily attestation sheet. Once the site secretaries give us those attestation reports, then we schedule our custodians to clean and disinfect those associated areas and restrooms. So what we want to do when students and our students and our teachers return, classroom will be set up dependent on your final decision on hybrid capacities. Classroom will be re-cleaned and disinfected prior to anybody coming back, or any of our students coming back in there. Following the CDC and CDPH cleaning and disinfecting guidelines, custodians will continue to focus on disinfecting high-touch areas throughout the day, following those guidelines also. And I wanted to add to that also, before they come back, when we get to filtration and ventilation, that we're going to run our units before anyone comes back also. Next slide, please. This slide right here, so it's just a slide to familiarize you with high touch areas and stuff like that throughout the day. Doorknobs, door handles, chair arms, countertops, light switches, file drawer handles, restrooms, copiers, printers, sinks, handrails, break rooms. You'd be surprised once we did get the ATP swabbers, how dirty some areas were. Even our hands, you would never know how dirty your hands were. But that let a lot of people know that it's better for you to wash your hands and just use the hand sanitizer. I'm sorry. Next slide, please. Okay. As they talked about earlier, the isolation areas, cleaning and disinfecting the isolation area would be the same way that we'll clean any other room throughout the campus. We'll use the vital oxide, apply with either the Karcher Mister or the Victory electrostatic sprayer. Let it dwell for the 5 minutes so that the chemical can kill the bacteria, the virus, or the fungus, and then wipe it away. But really, the only thing that changed when we do in the isolation room is the PPE that we provide for the custodians. They will have a face mask, they will have gloves, they have disposable gowns, which are optional, and face shields. All of our custodians have access to that now at their facility, but some of them didn't want them, but we still got sorry to say a stash, but I've had supply of disposable gowns and the face shields at each custodial site. Next slide, please, Candace.
There we go. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. All right. So team cleaning, when students, whenever you say go, our hybrid plan, our traditional, whenever that will be, what we learned now because of COVID, that in order to maintain our schools the way that they need to be cleaned and disinfected, we would have to implement a team cleaning model to proper clean and disinfect all of our facilities prior to staff arriving. Each facility is cleaned and disinfected daily each night. What we have done now since the COVID and then socialized team cleaning, not socialized, social distant team cleaning, that we found out that we could do a whole lot more than what we used to. Say we had 10 custodians at a site, just to keep numbers round. I can put 4 on that facility to start disinfecting. I can put 2 in restrooms, and I put 2 in floors, and I put 2 somewhere else throughout the district to clean that facility. Once the disinfecting part is done, then that bathroom crew, you start picking up and disinfecting. Then once all the floors are done, then we go through that, and then the trash crew, once you trash that whole school, then everything will go to disinfecting and wiping as the way out. It would be done on a weekly basis, and then we'll just rotate. This week I might be on the disinfecting crew. Next week I'll be on the restroom crew. Week after that, I'll be on the floor crew or the trash crew, something like that. And what we found out by doing that our day custodian, now that our day custodian doesn't have a run per se, besides the breakfast and lunch, our day and swing, that they can do the honeydews and focus on the high touch areas and restocking bathrooms and the site's needs and assisting in disinfecting in those areas where students that are symptomatic. Night custodians, all night custodians at the comprehensive high schools, CMI, and Pentecostal Middle School will be moving to a team cleaning model, which they're doing that already. Next slide, please. This one is the voluntary disinfecting. It's BioSCU. It's clean and disinfecting school, classrooms, and offices on a nightly basis. We'll stretch the guys because they won't be running, but their time at night is going to be full. They still will get their breaks and everything, but the lollygagging and the showing pictures and stuff like that, we won't have time for that anymore. To relieve part of the burden, the district has made cleaning supplies readily available in classroom and offices optional for employees. The 32-ounce spray bottles of BioSCU. It's a mild multi-surface cleaning detergent requiring no PPE. Judy loves that. And a case of white balls. That's disposable. We switched. I know a lot of you were saying that we were going with the microfibers. We switched from microfibers for now to the white balls because they were using the same microfiber to clean 30 desks or 3 classrooms instead of getting rid of it. With the white ball, you know it's dirty, you got to throw it away. It won't last more than 2 desks anyway. This is provided as an option to employees who may want the ability to clean their workspaces or the cohorts that Amelia was talking about in between, or clean their classrooms more often. So remember that the custodials, we will be doing it on a nightly basis. It's accessible to staff through COVID-19 administrator at each site. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, according to CDPH, we are to replace and check air filters and filtration systems to ensure optimal air quality, and also consider installing portable high efficiency air cleaners, the air scrubbers, upgrading the building, the air filter to the highest efficiency possible, and making other modifications to increase the quality of outside air and ventilation in classrooms, offices, and other spaces. Let's talk about air conditioners for a minute. I mean, the purpose of air conditioner is to change the state of refrigerant to absorb or release the heat. It's known as the coolant. It's the heat from a room or space and pump it out. Cooling your space, cooling a space or your area, even in your house, isn't achieved by bringing cool air inside your house, but it's by removing the hot air out of your house and running it over your heating coils, your cooling coils, I mean. Okay, so air exchange, let's talk about air exchange. Air exchange is calculated per hour, performed by a mechanical engineer and approved by DSA when the unit was installed. The rule of thumb is 1 CFM per square foot of the room's area. Right now, we have 10 air exchanges per hour in all of Perris Union High School district units. Next slide, please. So when we reopen for our air conditions, our HVAC techs, we want to verify the unit's function and see if it's operating according to DSA when our buildings were built or designed. We want to open up that unit itself. We want to look at the belts, the motors, everything within that unit. We want to look at the controls and see if it's the EMS system or the thermostats. Is it operating or talking to the unit like it's supposed to? We're going to look at the outdoor air ventilation, the economizers. We're going to set them so that they provide 10 air exchanges per hour. We're going to have to look at the freon. We're going to look at the compressor to see if it's operating properly. Our filtration. Right now we use MERV 9 filters. These are changed twice a year by PacWest filter company that comes into our whole district. This year when school is opening, they have an antimicrobial coating that will be applied to the filters prior to our next change out. And our students return, which is December the 15th through the 17th, they do all our entire district. And we on the website also, they was talking about a pre-occupancy flush. And that's like at your air conditioner at home, instead of putting it on automatic, you just put it on fan, and just so that you move the air around and move it out. We want to do that 30 minutes prior to opening up our schools. Oh, and that's it for me, unless you have some questions, and it's Judy Miller's turn.
That was very good, Art. And no questions right now. I made some notes. Does anybody have any questions at this point? Okay, we'll keep moving. We're
Alrighty, well,
getting through it.
good evening.
Thank you, Art. And Hector.
So as with every section, we're starting it out with the CDPH guidelines and the Riverside University Health System, just so everyone can stay on the same page. And when we talk about face coverings in general, we're following those same guidelines. And it's not, like Candace said before, it's not a guideline, it's really a requirement. And so CDPH talks about all staff must use face coverings in accordance with the guidelines. In fact, when they say that OSHA standard requires respiratory protection, in our case, that's going to be specific to staff who are giving or administering specialized physical health care services, primarily in special ed or in the office, health tech, that type of thing. Just a quick little segue on that piece. I might have thought about it when I get to another list, but you're going to get it now. We are also in the process of, we just purchased a couple fit testing kits. If you know that when somebody wears an N95, that's on the list. If you need respiratory protection, if you need an N95, that's considered a respirator. And so we have to have, that person needs to be medically cleared to make sure they're healthy enough to wear a respirator because it inhibits breathing, and then also fit testing. So we're working with the county, so our 2 nurses and myself can be trained on using the fit testing kits. And so we'll make sure staff are going to be safe and they can safely wear an N95 if they need to. So you can see that. So that's really about making sure we have the supplies. Schools should develop protocols of face coverings for students. Same thing. We need to make sure we have them. We're asking everybody to wear them, but then we also have to have a process in place and the supplies to offer those as needed. Go ahead. Oh, you know what? This talks about the face shield. And so when I get to the next section, you're going to see there you go. So that's what we have on hand. We've got face coverings. Those are the disposable 3-ply face coverings. We've got cloth face masks. Those are reusable. Face shields are reusable. Face shields are not to be used in lieu of a face mask unless there's a couple exceptions. And one exception is a medical exception. Staff would work with HR if there's a medical exception. Also, there's an education exception for a teacher. If the teacher needs to be able to be seen for enunciation or instruction, they can wear a face shield in lieu of a face mask just during instruction. And then they would want them to put the face covering back on, in between. The face shield can also be just another layer of a protection. So in the office, a health office, and special ed, custodial staff, they all have that available to them if they want the face mask and wear the face shield on top of that. There you go. There's the N95. It's a respirator, and that would be primarily directed for staff that are engaged in specialized physical health care services. I learned that from our nurse the other day. That's what they call that. We also like Art Talk. Art already mentioned. Disposable gowns, disposable gloves, and disposable booties are all available to staff. And then, of course, hand sanitizer. And, hand sanitizer, I just really want to emphasize, it's great to have it, but it's really meant to be when you can't wash your hands, because washing your hands is still always better. And as Mr. Stafford, really brought home a little earlier tonight, was just that we're going to touch stuff. You can't depend on every single surface always being, germ-free. And so it's really, really important, just the hygiene piece of it. And for people to understand that, you don't touch your face, you wash your hands. When you can't wash your hands, we have hand sanitizer available. And so a lot of it's continuous education, which is, I'm kind of wrapping this whole thing up because I'm talking about a lot of the things you've already heard tonight. When we have these supplies in place, the way we are deploying them is we have a designated COVID-19 administrator at each site, and that's the person that we send things to when they need more. They'll put a work order in, it'll be delivered to them, and so they're helping maintain that supply at each site. That way, we have a single source of one person. Somebody calls me, I'll go talk to your COVID administrator. And then they know if they know where they can get supplies. They'll put a work order in. Sometimes it's through Art. Sometimes I'll work with them, but we make sure that they have what they need at the sites. And then that they're the ones who would distribute that to the site. I also want to. I think it's probably. I'm getting close to the next slide, but we also, with that COVID-19 designated administrator, we created COVID-19 response plans. We're talking a lot about what happens when school reopens, and we've got to look at the big picture and get everything ready. However, we also have to recognize, I think Art and Hector both said it, we've had staff who've been working the whole time. So we really want to make sure that we had all these plans in place also currently, so we have the staff who are currently on site, keeping them safe. Next.
Judy, did you want to, well, I'll just say it. We also did receive a number of supplies from the state that was distributed by Riverside County through to all the districts. So that helped with our supply. And as I had mentioned earlier, we're using every space we can find available to stock these things because, we can't run out.
Yes, thank you, Candace. And that is included in the list above. So we talked about supplies and the things that are required and want to make sure staff have what they need, and then infection control. And so again, we go back to CDPH and CDC. We're talking about screening for students, and they don't recommend conduct a screening. So we got that from CDC, and they talk about but implementing some kind of a procedure entering the facility, which is what we're doing. For right now, staff, like you've heard before, we have that everyone completes an attestation. And we're kind of checking in with ourselves, and we're verifying that we haven't had any symptoms of this last 72 hours. We haven't been in contact with somebody who's positive. We haven't been in contact with somebody with symptoms. Also talks about other options. You could do visual wellness checks when students and staff come onto campus. And then we're asking, it's called passive screenings, where we're asking parents, and that's part of that waiver, and what they're looking at for the small cohorts is for parents to monitor and check temperatures using a no-touch. If it says if we're going to check temperatures on campus, then we would want to use a no-touch thermometer, which is what the cohorts and even conditioning on the athletic side, that's what we provided for those groups of students. This is what I'm going to highlight this, and I want you to think about this because I'm going to come back to this. And they talk about monitoring staff and students throughout the day for signs of illness. How does that actually work? That's something that CDPH is talking about. I know for like if you're somebody in the health office or you have medical background, or you're going to be able to notice that. But throughout the day, how do we monitor staff and students? And so I'm going to get to that because we're looking at a solution that might help us with that. Next.
Real quick before we move on, if I could point out, this is a good example. I think you've probably heard in lots of situations where we can always be more restrictive, a state agency, a county agency. And so if you look at what Judy has put in here for CDC, you see that they don't currently recommend that. So that's CDC, but then we've got our state Department of Health, who does have these recommendations. And so, as Judy's about to talk to you about something we think is really good, it is our strong recommendation that we follow CDPH's guidelines, not CDC in this case. And as Judy goes through the rest of the presentation, which is super cool, by the way, you'll see what we're actually recommending going a little bit further, because it's important to make sure that we're keeping our staff and our students safe throughout the day. Sorry, Judy, I hope that's the last time I interrupt you.
No, hey, interrupt away. It's all good. And so this is not the cool slide, but
oh, you're right.
I know. See, you set me up. Fail. I also I'm going back a little bit. This is a few months ago because we set up a designated COVID-19 administrator. We worked with that administrator. They set up a task force at each site, and we had a COVID-19 task force at each school site with people and staff who were currently working. And then from that, that task force actually evaluated risk factors in 5 categories, and those are what you see that are highlighted. And then from that, we developed a COVID-19 response plan, which kind of ties all the stuff that Hector's been talking about. Medical screening, we talked about the daily attestation, passive screening for the public. That's what our campus supervisors use at the front gate. So all that was developed through that process. HR had come up with the daily attestation, the form and the process for that. And then that kind of led into the reports that the principal secretary works on daily to give to Art, so then they can make sure that the classrooms or all the areas of the classrooms are cleaned and disinfected based on who's on campus. Physical distancing, like Hector gave such great examples. We got the plexiglass barriers that were all fabricated by in-house staff, signage stickers, our stanchions, occupancy signs. When we talk about occupancy signs, we went through this process. We had every task force would go to workrooms, conference rooms, break rooms, and determine the actual occupancy based on the guidelines of 6 feet of social distancing. We put occupancy signs. That one sign that Hector showed you about bathrooms, we tweaked that and just called it, for break rooms, right? Then we put the occupancy sign on there. We removed chairs, so if it says 3 people, there's 3 chairs in there. We also, when we get down to the environmental cleaning, we talked about the voluntary disinfectant. We make sure in all those common areas, we have signage. We have a flyer that talks about that voluntary disinfectant, talks about how it works, no PPE needed, the dwell time, all that's directions. In those rooms, we've got the disinfectant. We've got the expectation that if you're going to use common areas, we want you to, I make a joke, wipe yourself out of the room when you're done. You spray it and you wipe yourself out. All that have been put in the workrooms and break rooms and conference rooms. Personal hygiene included the hand washing instructions and the signage and the stickers and all the things that Hector was talking about. And where they weren't able to wash their hands, we made sure every workstation had a personal bottle of hand sanitizer. We've got the gallon bottles ready to go when we need to put those into the classrooms. And then Hector and Art came in with all their hand sanitizing stations. But so all this has been happening. We started with, the core group of staff who've been working, and we just continue to expand it. So I'm hoping you can see kind of the bigger picture that we've all been working on together. And then protective equipment, again, it's those supplies that we had, and we wanted staff to know that this was all available to them. And then their way to get that would be talking to their admin, their designated COVID administrator. Environmental cleaning was understanding what the custodial staff are doing, but then also understanding that they have that opportunity to have that extra disinfectant on a volunteer basis in their own office. The expectation is that you're going to use it in a common area to kind of wipe yourself out. And then again, to the signage to reinforce that. And so that's kind of become the culture at all the sites. We go through there, people see, and then also the whole process, the intent is to reevaluate. I was at a school last week and they asked some questions, and we came up with another plan based on these same 5 criteria, these risk factors. How can we make this area work for them? So put up some stanchions, put some stickers that Hector talked about that are in front of the workstations. Just put them behind the workstations because people would walk up behind them. In one school, we're actually going to get a stanchion and create a barrier so it helps remind people, don't walk up into those workstations, don't share workstations. We have workstations that are rotated for coverage. For those workstations, we have signage and an expectation that when you're going to share a workstation, when you're done, you wipe yourself out. Another thing for to help custodial staff is to pull your tray out, because they're going to, and I don't want you to look at my desk. Hopefully you can't see it, but a custodian could not help me with my desk. It's covered. And so the expectation is to work with our custodial staff and help, they will help us, but we need to help ourselves and clear our desk and pull our keyboard trays out and, pull our chairs out. And then they're able to use those electrostatic sprayers and spray off surfaces and our phone. And also when it's a shared workstation, we even talked about the fact, yes, this is a shared workstation. I'm wiping myself out, but I do need to know that the inside of that handset is not going to be wiped out. Custodians are going to, use the electrostatic sprayer. So that's something else I need to wipe off myself. And so just by pulling all these people together at each site, we were able to come up with some really basic universal policies and put it in this response plan. But also we were able to come up with solutions that were specific to different types of workstations. Here at the district office in accounting, we had 2 people standing too close together, and then we put a plexiglass barrier on this table. It's like, well, what are you doing at that table? And they were counting money and they were doing something else with checks. Well, if you guys stand apart, you got your face mask on, we can give you a barrier that will allow you to do the money, because they both need to watch each other. But when they do the checks, they need to spread it all out, and they said they needed to move the barriers. Like, well, you can't move the barrier because that's there to protect you. So how about we think about what you can do to change that task? And so now when they do the check sorting task, they take it into a conference room where they can spread out. And so just simple things like that, but you have to get staff who do the job to be part of that. And so that's what I was really proud of everyone. So we have the COVID-19 response plans for each site. And the administrators send it out to everyone. We encourage the administrators to resend it out just to remind people when all of us are at the sites, we can help reinforce it and let them know, hey, if you need stickers, the sticker king is Hector, and how we can continue to go. Because more and more people are coming back and we're rotating staff. But I want you to understand that we've been working on this since March, and we're not just waiting for school to return. We have staff on campus. Nutrition's been there from day one. There's clerical custodians have been there from day one. They've been rotating campus supervisors in there from day one. And so we do want to make sure that everyone is in a safe environment. And collaboratively, we can, it works better because they've got buy-in and they can all help us because they're going to have a different lens, right? So that's not as exciting as the next. Okay. I'm not sure, we have been, I call it my antimicrobial force field. We've been applying this. Art and I we have a partnership since 2015 where we have had these areas of the campus treated. And so what it is antimicrobial force field is actually a coating. It's electrostatically applied. It bonds to the surface. First of all, everything's deep cleaned in these areas. It bonds to the surface, and it's effective for up to a year. When what it does, it disrupts the cellular membrane. What that means is, on a microscopic level, there's like little carbon swords on the surface. And so any kind of, what's a virus, a bacteria, fungus, mold, it disrupts that cellular membrane and it inhibits growth of any kind of a microbe. So we've been doing that since 2015 in special ed rooms, the associated restrooms and kitchens, health offices, weight rooms, wrestling mats. And then that's where the ATP meter initially came in. And so Art and I would, every quarter we were checking this, at least the first 2 years, we were checking every quarter, and it was maintaining that level of protection. So custodial staff would still need to wipe off what they call the bio load, but things weren't multiplying and growing, and we could tell by the ATP testing mechanism. And then, through this whole process, we've been working on a plan to have that same coding applied in all classrooms, right? And doorknobs. And so it's just going to help have another layer of protection. Of course, right now, as Don was even talking about earlier, just the issue with product availability. So as soon as that product is available, we have a plan, we're ready. We have a local applicator. We've got the backpacks. We got what we need. We got the equipment. We got the local applicator, and we're ready to do that. Right now, we're just pending the product availability. But I just wanted to let you know that we've got things in these areas that we've been using over the last 5 years, and now we're going to plan on expanding that. Another piece, this is kind of the part we were talking about. I'm excited about it. I think it offers a whole lot of functionality, and we talk about data. It gives us a lot more information. I attended, I think it was a national safety forum. It was, of course, virtual, and I responded to something I don't even remember exactly, but I came across this system. It's called the Nowhere Campus Safety System, and the Nowhere is really indicative of the whole premise of the program. It's like, do you know where people are? Do you know where a threat is? And so in this case, we're going to focus more on infection control. But next. And when we talk about the system, it's really high resolution thermal imaging cameras. And so these cameras would be placed throughout the campus, inside and outside, and it would be in all the common areas, in the hallways, outside, the front gates where people are coming onto campus, inside classrooms. This really is cutting edge technology that addresses lots of a variety of health and safety concerns. I'll show you a little bit about that in a minute. But right now we're talking about one of the primary things that the thermal imaging can do is really detect core body temperature. And remember I said earlier what we were talking about, I think it was, now I'm mixing up CDPH, but to come up with a process of screening, and if you're going to take temperatures, do non-touch. But then the thing on the bottom, which is the most difficult one, is then how do you continuously monitor? How do you monitor for symptoms during the day? And so this is one way we'll be able to do that. And we're in the process of testing this, right? So we're working on a trial just to see and really kind of put it to the test and come up with different scenarios. But when we talk about core body temperatures, I had all these notes. I don't think I even looked at one, but I'm just trying to make sure I don't miss something. And then when we talk about volume, I know a lot of schools right now are looking at thermal imaging cameras, and I've looked at some of them. I know neighboring districts have put some of these large cameras in. I talked to one actually this afternoon, and it can handle, you can have, I think it says 2,500 people can come through that gate in 30 minutes, and it can detect a temperature, and that's great. These particular cameras can do 25 to 30 people in 2 seconds. So if you calculate that out, unless Grant tells me I'm wrong, I think it was like 27,000 people in a half an hour, because I did that. I checked. So of course we don't have that many people on campus, but the point is it's very accurate. And the thing I found out, some of these other systems, they're not water resistant. You have to have them covered. You have to have an intent. You have to have them go through the lobby. You have to have them go through a gymnasium, something like that. So the more and more I found out about this Nowhere Campus Safety System, the more I was impressed with it. And so in this scenario, the thermal imaging cameras, they would detect a temperature, right, over 99.8 or whatever we set it to. We would work with public health and make sure that we're detecting. I think 100.4 is what they're saying. If they say if you have a temperature over 100.4, stay home or don't come on campus. We could set it for that. We could set it for 99. We could set it anywhere in there. We would work with public health and our nursing staff. But,
Judy, it looks like Mr. Garcia has his hand up.
Oh, hi.
Real fast, who's going to be monitoring these the cameras when it does pick up on someone who hits a certain temperature? How do we
I
that?
didn't even have to give you $20. So actually what happens, and that's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up, because on these other cameras, you have to have people actually monitoring them, looking at the screen, because as people are walking by, you'll see a green, a red. And if it's a red, it'll pop up with a picture of the person. It'll sit up there for a few minutes. And if you don't go find them, you've lost the picture, or you got to print it out or something. And you have to have somebody looking at the screen. With this system, it handles it by itself, and it'll send an alert to the administrator. And the alert will include that same picture so they know who they're talking about. But in addition, it will actually track where that person's going. Because remember, we're talking about the cameras throughout campus. And so they told me an average high school could have 200 to 300 of these cameras all throughout the campus. When you look at the bottom, when you're looking at the picture, the top left is actually the infrared. It's the thermal imaging camera. When you look at the top right, you see it up on the wall, and it has a color, right? There's a flight. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. It has lots of different functionalities, but it can be different types of alerts. Down on the bottom, it's just showing you that it will send alert to any device. It could be a smartphone, a desktop, iPad, the laptop, whatever. It'll send it to any device. And so another piece of this, which talks about contact tracing and talk about infection control. So if there's an alert and Judy's walking across campus, but it's also going to be able to tell when on the contact tracing side, we're going to know, because it's going to track as I go across campus, how many people did I interact with, the proximity and duration. It's not going to identify people, but it's going to help us have an idea of what kind of a exposure we might be looking at. Go ahead to the next slide. And so when you ask about why fever-based approach, and it's really because that's something we can actually measure. And CDC does say that 83 to 99% of people who are diagnosed with COVID-19 do present with a fever. And I'm not saying that people would intentionally come sick. Sometimes I think even when we do the daily attestation, maybe you're not just really checking in. Maybe just you stayed up too late and you're just tired and you think, I'm just tired, I have a headache, I'll just take a Tylenol. You might not even have any idea that you're starting to become ill, that you might start, you might have a temperature, the Tylenol takes it down and you come into work. Well, when that Tylenol wears off, the system is going to pick that up and it's going to send an alert and we'll be able to address it. The other thing I wanted, when I said earlier about continuously monitoring, this is what it's doing. It's not, you want those other camera systems, once they walk through the gate, they're inside the campus, and you got one shot. You got one shot of knowing how they're doing with that. So this is continuously monitoring. And then it helps us again with, if we can stop it. And a lot of it, I know Bevy's talked about this before, but when you talk about an exposure, you're talking about somebody who's exposed to somebody who's positive, right? So if they're positive or they have these symptoms, and we're going to assume they're positive, if I'm exposed to that person, if I'm less than 6 feet away, it used to say for 15 minutes at a time. Now CDC updated that. Now I have to be less than 6 feet close to them for 15 cumulative minutes over a 24-hour period. And so with this system, we'll be able to at least have a much better idea of how much interaction this person's had. Next. So this just talks about infection tracking and management. And really it's the temperature identification, right? We can identify fevers before somebody enters onto campus, potentially. And then if we don't catch it because either they took a Tylenol or maybe they're 99 when they're coming in and they don't even realize they're starting to develop a fever. But by the time, first period rolls around or passing period or whatever, that they actually are have developed a fever, it's going to pick it up. I know Bevy asked the question, how accurate is it? And it said it's within plus or minus 0.1 degree is the accuracy of the system. And within, she said, how long would it take if somebody was actually on campus and developed fever? It would be a 2-second, detection. It would take 2 seconds for them, because remember the cameras would be in all the areas they walk by. The camera would pick that up. And the whole thing, and I think Hector mentioned this also. And the biggest piece, so what we're talking about is having more information, and then how do we respond? That's honestly part of the whole trial, right? Because yeah, we think this is kind of cool. We can do some stuff with it, but we have to have really solid response plans. And how are we going to address it? We absolutely don't. This is not calling a kid out or calling staff out. We're not telling them they're infected, they're sick, they're ill. They're symptomatic. We do want to separate them for their own health and for everyone else's health, right? And follow those guidelines that if you have that fever, you do need to go home. But this kind of ties into, then we have the isolation areas that Hector talked about. And those isolation areas would be ready and prepared for someone to be staged, right? Basically until they can be picked up. And Tony's correct too. I'm not sure, Tony's correct, but I don't know if he said it. Somebody's like, how long is it going to take? It might not just be a 15 minutes. So we need to have a place where somebody can be safe, be separate, not be a spectacle, so that kind of thing. And then continuous monitoring. I think that's the biggest piece, because we can get equipment that will take, that can handle that when people come on campus. And then the other thing is really understanding the rate of spread. And that's where we can track and collect data. And so over time, we can also start seeing, is there power on campus? Is it a program? Is it a classroom? And that will help us as well. One thing I didn't say when we talk about is occupancy load. So we talked about occupancy signs. We can put a sign on a restroom and say no more than, and I'm making up a number, 5. But another thing, well, one of these cameras can be programmed for, if it's in the proximity of a student restroom, and we want to say we don't want more than 5 people in that restroom at a time, because the integration of this camera, of the system, it will actually know how many humans went into the restroom. If more than 5 went in and not enough came out, that can also send an alert. Now, what do we do with these alerts? That's where the trial period, that's where we're going to have to look and see, what does that look like, right? But at least we'd have that information and tracking. See, here's some of the things that the system can do. I'm pretty excited about just the communication piece. It can also be 2-way communication in the classroom. A teacher could get help. There's panic buttons you can add to the system, a wireless. And I didn't say this. The cameras themselves are self-contained. There's no hard wiring. They have a 3-year battery. They're wireless. There's nothing, right? You take 4 screws and they get put up. Joe's already looked at the system. It's not going to be a burden on our server. They've got a cloud-based servers where all the information goes, or whatever it's doing. It would be part of our Wi-Fi. The technology would give them access to that part of the system, but it's pretty remarkable. But the 2-way communication can be used, or we could set it up to where maybe it's an emergency. A teacher just needs an some kind of emergency in the classroom, and then it would be able to, it would trigger alert, that kind of things. I wanted to show you this one. I'm not sure how big your screens are, but it gives you an example of an alert. So at the top picture, it shows the map of the school, and that little rectangle is an alert. And so if you can see it, it could be a fever. In this case, it shows a weapon. And on the bottom of that, it says, do you want to notify the police? Do you want to initiate a lockdown where a principal or where these alerts are going to administration? That could be pre-programmed too, but you can say, yep, lockdown. This is another good way we'll be able to do drills and practice. down below, the lower, no, go back.
Sorry.
That's okay. It's okay. The bottom one, so you get an alert, and it can be whatever threat that we're working on. But if it's a fever, if it's a weapon, right, you get alert. Now you know exactly what the person looks like, and then you see below where it's actually tracking them. So the system also doesn't store any kind of personal identifying information. We don't know their name. We don't know anything about it, but you will have a visible visual documentation of that. So then it can track them. If you see that little red dot in the middle, then the circle, that's where it would track where this person's going. If you see those little green numbers, that's telling you how many people are in that each classroom. And so again, if you know where people are and you know what the threat is, then you can make better decisions. This one I really like. This is for like emergent, this is evacuation. So you see, again, on the left, it's just showing another example of an alert, and that's a lockdown, and it has a lot of data underneath there. So it depends on the campus. If this one is an elementary, and if you could read all that, it's talking about, you know, K is the K building, it's talking about the different classrooms, and it's saying that they're all locked. That's because the system will integrate with electronic door opening, you know, the swipey card thing. But if you don't have them, there's also, this also has enough, it kind of learns. It's what it is, it's an integration between thermal imaging and artificial intelligence. Both technologies, they're not new, but they've been integrated. And so that's what's so kind of cutting edge with this program. But in this case, they can actually, the system can know if the door is closed. They won't know if the door is locked. Right now, we have a protocol where we ask all teachers to keep the door in a locked position. We have the block locks on there that keeps the door just ajar so kids can come in and out. And if you had to lock the door quickly, you'd pull it, and now the door is locked. So it gives you a lot of information depending on what you have available on your campus. But the map to the right, that would be an example of a evacuation route, right? So green, orange, and yellow would be indicative of different evacuation routes for those classrooms. When I think down at the bottom right, yeah, you see another picture of one of the thermal cameras with the green light. So in this case, with this evacuation route, you could do, if you pulled the alarm or the system detected a fire and the fire alarm went off. Another thing good is the administrator can always kind of confirm that it's an actual fire alarm before, because, you know, sometimes people can do that to cause harm. But in this case, you would follow the green lights would lead you out. That would be your evacuation route for those classrooms. The ones in orange, they would follow the pods or the cameras that they would follow would be orange. The ones in yellow. The system is sophisticated enough if the exit for the orange classrooms leading out, if that one's blocked, it would be able to transfer that and take from orange and maybe take everybody out through the yellow exit. We're very excited to test it to see how all this works, because we haven't, right? We're getting ready to test it, run a trial, and really get a good idea of how it works. Next. And so really it's about information. You can have it, but if you don't, this talks about limited information on where a threat is and what it looks like. In this case, you're going to know somebody if they have a fever, then you can have we need those protocols. How are we going to discreetly, you know, pull somebody to the side and make sure they're okay, and then isolate them and then have them go home. With the staff, we're going to have staff go home. With the students, we're going to have that isolation area until they can get picked up. Another thing was quite remarkable, because when I looked at some of these other, for less than the cost of one of those big infrared cameras that you can't put outside, that you have to put under a tent or you have to put inside and have people walk by, would cover a high school for a year. What it is, it's an actual subscription. Is their plan? It'd be a subscription-based plan. I don't know if you can see that, but a high school is a little less than $12,000 a year. A middle school is less than $10,000 a year. And that would include installation, training, maintenance, all the nothing, there'd be nothing for our tech to do other than give them access, unlimited uploads and hardware updates, doesn't use the school's power. I talked about that. There's no wiring, minimal network impact, that type of thing. So if once we can bring back more information on what the test, the trial period looks like. And if that's the direction the board wants to go, then what they typically do is ask us to put it on a 3-year agreement. And that's only mostly because the batteries are every 3 years, you got to come back and change out the batteries. They've talked about the pricing structure does not change. I thought this was quite interesting. They told me they quoted Jeff Bezos. They said that our competition's margin is really our opportunity. So the other thing I thought was quite remarkable is somebody who's on their advisory board is actually a parent who lost a student in Parkview at Parkland High School. And so they have a real good, I'm just impressed they have a commitment toward schools and safety. And for right now, with what we're all facing with COVID-19, this could really be a great solution that could help us. I think that's my last slide, unless there's any questions on that.
So are we renting this on a 3-year basis, or can we own this on our own?
So if we entered into an agreement, they call it a subscription. So we wouldn't own them, but that's even better, right? Because then they're responsible for everything. They do all the update maintenance. They actually guarantee a 6-hour response if we need them. But they come in, they said a advertising would be 200 to 300 of these things. I wouldn't want to buy them. I think it'd be a lot more expensive than having this. They call it a subscription. So, but they come in, they install them, they do the training, they maintain them. We have lots of functionality and lots of options.
And we're not voting on this tonight, correct?
Oh, no, this is information only. We're getting ready to install some at the district office so we can do a trial. We just want to make sure, I just want to update you that we keep looking for solutions, and we think this might be a good one as opposed to some of the other options.
Okay, and since you're giving us information and numbers, can you get us a total of what it would cost for the entire district? Clearly, we have multiple sites, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
that would be the direction we would want to go if we choose that, correct?
Absolutely, and I think that was in my brain. I just didn't make it out of my mouth. But so with the subscription, it would cost $60,000 per year for that's the whole district. That's including district office, SSC, all of our sites, all of our admin sites, and all of our school sites. Mm-hmm. And so for a 3-year agreement, if we went that direction, it would be approximately $180,000. And I do believe, and Candace would have to confirm this, but I do believe it's also would qualify for CARES funding.
No, that's correct.
Okay.
Well, Judy, if you're at the end, I need to take a quick break. I'll be right back. You can continue to discuss it. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, but it's great. I like that system. I've seen some like that, and of course, I'm familiar with thermal imaging. So, I'll be right back. You, Jose, you got the cut. Okay.
So, do you guys have buy-in from both unions, all the administrators, everyone?
So we have made a couple presentations, and we did have PSEA and CSE members involved in the conversation. One thing I guess I didn't say is it's not, so the cameras themselves are going to be where we currently have cameras, right? We have cameras in common areas, we have cameras outside. So that part's not going to be any different. So cameras, these thermal imaging cameras that we put inside the classrooms, they would not be recording. They would only record if there's a threat or if the teacher needed, we use the two-way communication, the teacher used it to get help. But, and they also, there's an indicator light. So there would never be a time in a classroom where it could be recording, the teacher not know about it. So if the teacher, and again, because the functionality, it can be basically set up. Is it going to be a verbal response that would, you get help and it sends an alert that you need help? Is it going to be a panic button that's tied into it? Is it,
so who would see this whole program then?
Well, that's what I'm working on. It could be as soon as this weekend. I'm not sure. We're working on trying to get maybe six or 7 of the thermal imaging cameras installed at the district office. We want to make sure we have a couple of them outside because we get people coming in. We want somebody to run around the block and see how hot they get. It won't be me.
No, Well,
And-
I think you didn't hear my question, but that's okay. That's good information too. I was saying who would oversee this entire program?
Oh, well, we haven't even got that far.
Okay.
But it would be set up, actually, they have, you can have it says that you have as many users as possible. So it's not one person. And so
okay.
be set up, for this, the site level administrators would get alerts, and then we would learn, right? We would learn what's working, what's not working. Is there some part on campus that we need? It would help us make decisions, like we talked about having the data and looking at where we have, how we come onto campus.
Right, because you made a comment earlier that, it would send a signal or, I'm just going to use the word text to an administrator, but usually the people out in the field who would retrieve the student would be the campus supervisors, right? Could they be a part of that as well?
Absolutely, it could be. I think we'd start with administration just to make sure we know how the whole thing works, right? And then it could certainly be integrated to any group of employees.
And Mr. Garcia, if I could just add, you asked specifically if we'd involve the unions in this. So the way we have all the task force committees set up is we have an executive committee. So we'll meet as a big giant group, and there's representatives from PSEA and from CSEA that they each selected. And then when we do our breakout groups, we have the facilities and operations task force. And so again, there's representation from PSEA and CSEA there. And everybody at least in our committee, and when we've talked about it a little bit in the big committee, everybody's just really excited to see what the trial looks like. They did tell us that, everybody kind of thinks this trial period is it going to work like they say? And then you kind of discover that, oh, well, what it is we need to marry the plans we already have to this system and the alerts that we're getting, kind of like what you're talking about, who would get these, who would escort the kids, that sort of thing. So we're excited.
Yeah, and the only reason why I ask about the unions is because, it's technology. Nothing's perfect. It's man-made, right? So, could it accidentally be recording the wrong time? And so I would figure you guys would just negotiate an MOU, and some of that, but yeah.
And Mr. Garcia, you're absolutely correct. In fact, while we were talking, CSCA's president texted me and was like, and had some questions, because it's something that we're going to do is work with both of our associations and work collaboratively with them, just like we do on every other thing. Once we actually talk about formally implementing this, and even if we're looking at it on a trial basis, we're going to be working closely with our associations there. So appreciate you asking that question.
I appreciate you guys answering and presenting that to us. I like it. I'm not going to lie. I do.
In part of the trial, we'll be working on different scenarios, right? What does it look like when you're tracking a threat, or when you're tracking? It's going to be hard. We can't simulate a fever, but we can simulate other things to get it to see how the system works with the alerts. But I'm telling you, honestly, a lot of the work is going to be those responses, right? And really, like I said, what do we do with the information? It's great to have the information. Now, what do we do with it? And that's going to be the kind of the lion's share of it.
Yeah, well, good job, Judy. Great job.
Yes, great piece of technology there. Okay. Did I get back in time? That was the end, or?
That was the end. We have one more slide to wrap it up with next steps, but of course we want to make sure there's no additional questions.
Oh, okay.
So, Mr. Stafford, is that my cue to move on and wrap this up?
Yes, you can.
So I do want to apologize. I know we're well over about 90 minutes here, but as you can see, the team's really been doing a whole lot of work behind the scenes to make sure that we're ready. And so what we see as our next steps is certainly we're waiting a decision for the ability to reopen under the blueprint for the safer economy from the state of California. And just a reminder, that's just our ability to reopen. That decision, that direction still lies with you as the board for what those specific reopening plans look like, what that date looks like, and so forth, like we've talked about. We are going to continue to modify our current plans in accordance with the ultimate reopening plans that you ultimately decide. I know we covered a lot tonight, but there's still a whole lot more we need to cover. So you may not believe this, but we tried to pare down this presentation. We didn't talk about transportation. We didn't talk about nutrition services and a whole lot of other areas in how we operate our campuses, but perhaps that is a future presentation. And then we'll continue working with all of those other task forces and the executive committee structure that I talked about as it relates to how we can support as the facilities operations, those risk management functions. That will be for things like when we reopen, well, actually not even when we reopen, but how we are doing contact tracing. There's new reporting requirements that come into effect starting January with that. You may or may not be aware of this, but how we can support with the testing. There's a requirement to test staff, all staff, certificated classified staff administrators every 2 months. And there's a recommendation with that requirement that you do that either, Judy gets tested 1 month, I get tested the other month, or we do, have a 4-person, so every 2 weeks. And so we've got to figure that out. We've got to work very closely with our bargaining units on that. And so again, it comes back to when I was talking about sort of the order of operations. We as a team in facilities and operations, we stand by and wait that direction, but we're also not, just waiting to react. And so we all work as a team and how we can move forward. And then last but not least, depending on how this this trial period goes with the system, the cool system that Judy talked about, we would of course need to bring a contract forward for board approval. And so that's it. And again, I'm sorry that was long. Hopefully it was valuable information to you though.
It was very good.
Yeah.
Very good to see. So we'll.
Mr. Stafford, I think Dr. Arau had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see her. Dr. Rao.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford. Well, first of all, thank you, Ms. Raines and Ms. Miller, for this wonderful presentation. Excellent. Just one question. When are we thinking on starting the trial period?
We think as early as this weekend. You're working with them on that. They have a lot going on, and because of their policies of that 6-hour turnaround that Judy was talking about, which we actually kind of like, that they put their previous or their current clients before their potential clients. So that is a good indicator for how they would respond to us.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. It's an excellent plan, and using technology to ensure the safety of our students and our staff is great. So it seems to be really, really good. Thank you for the presentation.
Yes. Am I muted, unmuted? Okay. With that, we'll move on. We have action items coming up. Any other questions before we go? I know everybody's had a long day. Okay, so we'll move ahead. Grant, are you with us? I don't see you on my screen.
I'm up here somewhere.
Okay. So we're going to go to action items. The first one's going to be 10.1 curriculum, and this is authorization to continue distance learning at Perris High School District schools for an additional 6 weeks due to the novel coronavirus. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Dr. Rao? I'll second.
Second. Okay.
Okay. You want it, Dave?
Sure.
Okay. So we'll do a oral vote. Trustee Rao?
Aye.
Trustee Garcia?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nellison?
Aye.
Myself, Trustee Stafford? Aye. Okay. You can vote electronically now. Just need one vote there.
Hold on, it logged me out. I have to log back in.
Oh, okay, Dave.
There we go.
Okay. And 10.1 curriculum passes 5-0. Okay, let's go back to our next one is 10.2. Now this is what we discussed.
Yes, Mr. Stafford.
Yes.
If we want to, you don't have to pull it off the agenda. If you just don't have a first or a second, it dies and it can be moved to another meeting then.
Okay, so we
That
don't
makes
need
sense.
we don't need to table it, or
Well, you could ask for a first and if we don't get one, then it just moves automatically off the agenda.
okay, so our intention is not to kill it. It's just we're waiting on more information.
Right. That would be able to push it to another meeting.
Okay. Is everybody?
Trustee
Dr. Rao,
Stafford,
go ahead.
yeah, what is the status of considering having a special meeting to address that, given a reasonable time for the district to provide the information that we were asking for? Because how I had mentioned before, it is really important that we provide the services for ELs and our students with special education with moderate and severe disabilities. So the sooner that we do that, the better, but we need to ensure that we do it in the safest possible way. So there is just, I believe at the end, it was a question from Trustee Garcia, finding out what happened with two neighboring districts that they decided to implement it, and then it was stopped, right? Correct, Mr. Garcia? They decided not to continue. What are the challenges? So if we decide, once we decide to implement it, we can address those situations and be proactive to do that. In the other one, I just have a question on our classes or EL's interventions in moderate and severe handicap. What is the class size, the max class size that we have normally?
Do we still have?
Are you, Dr. Rao? I'm here. I'm here, Mr. Stafford. I'm here as well.
Yes, sir.
Are you asking about for the cohorts, correct?
No, the regular class sizes. So I just want to have an idea. If they were 34, now we go with 50% with 17 students, or I'm just looking at going one step above and beyond to ensure the safety of our students, looking at the possibility, can the class size be even smaller, right? Because they are going to be in a classroom, inside of a classroom. We authorized a few weeks ago when we were in red, conditioning activities outside and with cohorts of no more than 10. So I'm just trying to look into that. Our students are going to be in a classroom, right? They're not going to be outside, and the number is going to be bigger. I just want to make sure that once I mentioned before, that is my philosophy, ensure the safety, the well-being of our students, but we need to balance also. We need to provide the education and support them so they don't get behind even more, right, of what is a consequence of last semester and what we have done. So that's the direction of my questions, to analyze, is that a possibility? Is that something that we can look into that to ensure and minimize, actually, we cannot ensure completely, right, 100%, but minimize the possibility and protect our students to the possible extent. That's why I was asking, what is the regular, in the regular year, how many students are in a class?
A regular size, well, we should have a motion in a second to bring the conversation up, but where we're at, our regular classrooms have 36 kids in it. This, we're looking at the cohort of them, max, I think, of 14, isn't, if I'm correctly. Yeah, 14.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
14. Oh. I think.
So we need to take the motion.
Well, I'm gonna read it first, but let me just say this: with the additional information from 9.2 facilities and operations did give me more confidence in the cleaning procedures and that we could keep up with something like this. I mean, we're just at the start of something, but I really like what I heard about procedures and how we're going to keep our students safe from the, really physical part of keeping campus clean. So it's, I feel more confident in it, but we still need that information. So Grant, with that, well, let me read it. It's curriculum authorization to launch specialized cohorts at Perris Union High School District in conjunction with the California Department of Public Health cohorting guidance due to the novel coronavirus, in parentheses, COVID-19. So that's 10.2. And if we all understand, I'm going to ask for a motion.
Some
No, he didn't.
It's okay, Tony.
Okay, I thought we were going to let it have no motions.
If you want to do a motion, you can do a motion to table it and then vote on that.
Okay, well, we have the motion already, so we have Dr. Rao. The intention is just to give them the time to be able to give you the data that you're asking for, and us having a good look at the program.
Right. Well,
any other questions?
If you get a second now, Tony, I can give you some more information.
Okay, so we have Dr. Rao make a motion, and do I have a second? Okay, well, I'll second it. And
so the data you were looking for, Mr. Al-Sabati has it already, and will be sent it out to all the board members this evening.
Okay.
So,
Dr. Rao, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, sir. First of all, I want to say thank you for the excellent presentation that Hector Gonzalez and the team are made after when I spoke, asking for more information on that. I think I agree with you, Trustee Stafford. I also feel more comfortable now knowing about the specific ways that we are going to be addressing the safety of our students during the cohorts, right? I can say, and I recognize, I should have waited for the end of the presentation because it was there, the answer and a lot of the things that I wanted to know to make sure that our students were safe were presented in the next presentation. The only thing that I just want to support, because this is important, how I mentioned at the beginning, right? There's no question about we want our students, these significant groups or cohorts that they need the extra support, but we need to do it in a safe way. Mr. Garcia mentioned about some surrounding districts that they stop doing that. Do you know any potential reason for what happened? Maybe they didn't have the measures, the safety measures that we were implemented. I don't know. But I feel comfortable. I think we even saw the pictures where the desks were going to be placed, the plexiglass, and everything, the whole process. I just want to wondering about that because there is never enough safety guidelines, right, for our students. And that is my philosophy, to protect them.
Well, go ahead, Dr. Newman.
No, I was going to say we have some information on the surrounding districts in regards to who's actually offering cohorts right now. So some districts are offering cohorts, and I know Emil Al-Zabadi works directly with the directors, and he could share that information now or share it later, whichever would you would prefer.
Well,
later, because we already started the process.
Yeah, well, we wanted a little more time to it's presented and we have 5 minutes to think about it. So we wanted a little more time to look at it. Remember, I wanted to see those dates when you proposed to start the programs versus what was that? What was that second part of that? That the dates matched up. But it'll come back to me. I don't, I don't remember. But so the intention right now is to take more time. I would still recommend you send us that presentation and the information that Dr. Rao is looking for. And if you could also, Candace, send us the maintenance and operations one, you know, that's kind of that's the procedure we were trying to stick with to get these in advance, so we wouldn't feel rushed. And that's why I'm also interested in the start dates for, it was on one of the slides that Emil had there, for each
Yeah,
program. So
correct.
if we need to call a special meeting, didn't you say that, Jose?
That's correct. If you can share with us when was the planned starting date, and we can make arrangements to call for a special board meeting before, so we don't we continue with the plan, because
The
we know
dates
that
were the 10th and the 17th.
10th and the 17th. So those are both before the next official board meeting. So we can, why don't we just get all the information to the board members, and Grant, we can call for another meeting just for this, maybe another item, but very short.
A one item meeting. Yeah, we can put that together.
Okay. So with that, what are we doing with this? We have a motion and we have a second. Dave, you're our resident expert parliamentarian. So we're at.
So, Doctor, anybody can make another motion to amend the motion that happened to approve the thing. So somebody could amend and say, "I'd like to table this item to a future meeting."
Okay. Do we have anybody who wants to make a motion?
Dr. Rao's raised.
Rao. Okay, Dr. Rao.
I make a motion to table this action item to the next board meeting. That is going to be a special board meeting before the date that it was mentioned, what is November 10th. So we need to agree on, let me see the calendar, what day.
That's Tuesday.
Sorry, Tuesday?
That's next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday.
The next Tuesday is what day?
Does that give you enough lead time, Dr. Newman? It doesn't sound like we're given enough time for transportation and everything else.
Yeah, that'll be tight.
Yeah.
Does that give you enough time, Dr. Newman?
No, that'll be tight. It'll be tight because we have to. Yeah, it'll be tight.
When do you think would be a reasonable date that we can meet?
I mean, to be honest with you, we would almost have to circle back within the next 24 hours, because I know Candace has to order transportation, and we got several things we have to order that take several days.
Okay.
Well, we have a board meeting in 2 weeks from today as well, so we could go out as far as that.
But that's the 18th. That's after both of the start dates.
Yeah, I know, but that's not that one's already scheduled, so that's, I don't know what else.
I won't be available till the 18th anyway.
Okay.
What about this Friday, the day after tomorrow? Do you think that is enough time to get the information?
My triplets have a birthday tomorrow. We're going to be busy.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What about Monday?
I'm not available until the 18th.
Okay.
If you want to have a special meeting, I won't be able to attend.
Okay.
Okay. Understood. So we can, as soon as
I can contact you.
Grant.
I can contact you tomorrow, Tony, and we could set a time and date for that.
Okay, that's good enough. So we had.
You have a motion and a second to table it.
Dr. Rao made an amendment to table it.
Right.
For special board meeting. And I was just second before I'll second. With that, do we need a vote on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can vote. Trustee Arau.
Aye.
Trustee Garcia.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
No.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
myself, Trustee Stafford. Aye. Okay. You can, Grant, I'm available, so you can, as soon as you,
I'll give you a call tomorrow, Tony.
okay. So we still have to do electronic vote, but I don't think we can, oh, it's up. Okay. And we'll table to a later date. So you can vote on that. And item 10.2 passes 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay. Now let's go to our next item. 10.3 is a business item. Resolution number 8.20-21. Resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Perris Union High School District establishing a supplemental employee retirement plan for 2021 and approval of addendum number 1 to the supplemental employee retirement plan agreement with Keenan and Associates. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Yeah, Trustee Arau. Any comments? I think we went over this at the previous meeting, so we're pretty good on that. Trustee Arau,
Aye.
Trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
myself, Trustee Stafford, aye. Okay, you can vote electronically. .3 business passes 5-0. Okay, now we move to 11.1 other items by the superintendent.
Nothing this evening, Mr. Stafford.
Okay. Now we're going to go to 12.1 other items by the Board of Trustees. And we were close to adjournment. We do have an item to discuss. Would Mr. Bennett, do I have the, oh, I don't have anything printed. This has to be done normally. This is something that occurred in open session, so it has to be handled in open session. There was I have written a letter of intent to Dr. Freeman concerning the incident at last.
Tony,
Yes.
for something like this would need to be agendized.
Oh, that's right. So we're
So
going to
you have to agendize it to the next regular board meeting on the 18th.
okay. So saying that much, I'd like to put this on the agenda for next board meeting.
Okay, we'll do.
Okay, we'll handle it there. And there's no vote necessary on that. Do we have any other items by the Board of Trustees? Trustee Nelson.
I just want to thank everybody who was involved in putting together the golf tournament that just happened over the weekend. It was a great time, and it was quite modified from previous years because of COVID. But everyone seemed to have a good time, and they had a pretty good raffle and stuff going, and just had a fun time. So I appreciate it if you thank anybody who was involved in putting that together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Trustee, we'll just go down the list as usual. Trustee Rao.
I just want to take this opportunity, Mr. President, to say thank you to all the cabinet members and their team, the directors, for today's presentation. It was a in-depth presentation, very comprehensive. I really appreciate it. It doesn't matter the time, the number of minutes. Our students deserve that we invest this time for them so we can have a real understanding of how we are going to support them and what else we can do in order to do things better for them. That's what we are here. We always said that we are here for the students. So now, through these meetings and your commitment to come to special meetings and not even looking at the times and things like that, you are showing that we really mean that we are here for the students. And I just want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you to the board members, also to my colleague trustees for your support to our students, and to the cabinet members for the wonderful job. This is a team effort, and I think we are in the right direction. We want to ensure things are done right. Thank you again. I really, really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Rao. Trustee Garcia.
I just want to piggyback off of Dr. Rouse. Thank everybody. Everybody's been doing a great job, especially in these tough times. You know, this has been one heck of a roller coaster year for sure. And I think everybody's doing a great job. Keep up the good work.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Freeman.
I have nothing at this time, sir.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Nelson, we heard your statement unless you wanted to add anything. So,
I'm
okay.
good, thank you.
And myself, I just want to thank everybody for allowing me to serve, and it's been a great, sometimes difficult, sometimes stressful, but I think we're going the right direction, and we've got the greatest staff in the world. So these presentations and the way they're doing their job, it really shows what's going on behind the scenes, and the intentions are really 100% in favor of the students and what they need, and we're making it happen, and the hard work is being done by the PUHSD employees, and it's a pleasure to be with you to serve. So with that, I'll go to 13.1, which is adjournment. And this is adjournment of the special meeting of the Board of Trustees for November 4th, 2020. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Trustee Rao.
Second.
Second, Trustee Garcia. We'll take an oral vote. Trustee Rao.
Aye.
Trustee Garcia.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nelson.
Aye.
Myself, Trustee Stafford. Aye. And we can vote electronically. Okay, 13.1 passes 5-0. The meeting is adjourned at 8:26 p.m.